Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, February the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. Well, got a lot of earnings plays to talk about. So some are, the first one is not an earnings play, but let's take a look at TNON. TNON. Not an earnings play, and I cannot see the reason. I'm looking for just looking at my headlines. I don't see a specific reason for TNON. Must have had news after hours yesterday. Don't see it. Don't see it. Anyway, it is up. Low float, 7.3 million in the float. Huge volume already. It's easily going to trade the float today, up 59%. Had a series of big down days. Maybe this is just sort of a bounce day with no news. PTD is an earnings play. PTD is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. PTD, 15%. That's a big float, 440 million. So to move 15%, very impressive. You can see that the next high looking left is 58.35. So that could be the challenge. PGY, a cheaper one, is another earnings play. PGY. So it is pulled back somewhat, was up to 187, back down to 158 now. It is not a low float. And you guys were talking about this really cheap one, SIDU. SIDU. I don't think it's over a dollar yet, is it? Close to getting over, excuse me, close to getting over a dollar. Got up to what, 93 cents. Big, nice. Well, okay. The next high looking left is $1.06. So it did get up to 93 cents. But it is definitely a nice break out of this area. I guess it had some news. Unless I'm getting other people telling me there's an echo occurring, it must be your system. You don't have YouTube open at the same time, do you? Guys, RBLX, what a great run this is on right now. RBLX, an earnings play. Look at this earnings play. This is actually, I looked at this. This is a red bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. You could have had an entry around 41.71. But yeah, RBLX, so if you look at the weekly chart, there is still a little bit of room. 46.93, 47 is the next high on the weekly chart. On the downside, yeah, you guys are just talking about, well, the only thing I can say is at least they did it before the market opened. But GLYC, actually, this is a different one I'm thinking of. Interesting, because it says, announces when you read the headline, announces the continuation of the phase 3 study, etc. I guess you really got to dive in this, because look at the reaction. From 4 down to basically cut in half at one point. I don't know if there's a tremendous overreaction to that press release. I don't think there's a financing. And there is. I'm sorry. And there is. Yes. There is a financing also. So that's the reason. Okay. It's funny because when I first saw the headlines, I did not see the financing. ADI is an earnings play, a gap up on earnings. ADI, more expensive one, but some of you don't mind that. Almost an all-time high now for ADI. TRIP, TRIP. TRIP is another earnings play, a gap up on earnings. Another nice breakout here, maybe coming into some resistance around 28 on the weekly chart. And another nice move on earnings. OSUR is another earnings play. OSUR. you know, people weren't thinking this was going to happen because look at well, actually, it looks worse than it is. So it got down to $5. So it's sort of selling off the last 4 days. Now the pop on earnings. By the way, I get the question every now and then, what do I mean by an earnings play? And for me, any company that releases after hours yesterday or pre-market this morning is an earnings play. Those are companies that typically are going to be in play, lots of volume all day long. Sabre, another earnings play. Not good though on this one. SABR, technology to airlines, SABR through the 200-day moving average. DVN is another earnings play on the way down. DVN, energy play, interesting because energy has been, obviously pretty good. But this one, not good today, that's for sure. DVN, the next low looking left looks like it's around 56.44. And this one, boy, oh boy, this one absolutely crushed. This is, this is the classic. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So why this one is down? CRDO. I mean, didn't look bad, just humming along. Earnings aren't certainly wasn't the reason, but a major customer basically said that. Well, okay, that's the Q4 guidance, but that's because a major customer said, you know what, we're not going to be buying as much. After the largest customer cuts demand, yeah. So obviously that customer, I don't know what percent of business they do with this customer. Looks like this is an unnamed customer, but wow, I mean, basically cut in half. Oh, Jamie, I don't know. I have no idea. Commentary, what's involved? I really don't know. I'm always on I have a question about. I guess there's an updated version. Isn't it in the notes? Isn't there somewhere in the notes when you look on the website? Doesn't it kind of say? But you see, I'm always on a development version, which is usually could be 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 versions later than that one. So I really don't know. Sorry. But I thought on the homepage where it talks about the product, I thought it has underneath a bunch of information about what is different. I mean, there's nothing major usually. I mean, the major things in the past, of course, been the racing. Airbnb, A, B, and B. Nice gap up for it. Big float, up 7%, but released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction. Now the market's going to open weaker, a little bit weaker. So, a lot of these, probably these are probably good, decent fades, especially if the market opens weak. Unless these earnings are, I mean, remember now, this is still not I mean, it's still nowhere near its 2-year high. Yeah, I think Jamie, underneath there's a whole. I know Bill Barstow puts a lot of information about what is the difference, like what to find in an upgrade. This is the one I was thinking of on the financing. This is the one that popped up, and then they announced the financing. This is the one, GRTX. Yeah, you can see right there. See a little pop up here. So before that, rises as FDA grants priority review for lead assets. So our people are going whoopee, and then all of a sudden they come out and say, by the way, we're going to do a financing. And Upstart, UPST, even Upstart's having a nice little run after being beaten up for seemingly months. UPST, it's an earnings play. Did I miss anything? So I might be looking at Credo for a bounce here, guys. I mean, maybe William can dive into this. You probably won't be able to tell, but how, like what percentage it's going to be, well, it's going to be almost impossible to tell, I guess, what percentage that major customer was of their business, but it's obviously a huge percent. But what I'll do is put an alert at 11:39, which is the high of the pre-market. And UPST continues to move a little bit here, guys. UPST continues to move, not a little bit. Boy, that's from 17 to 18 in that 15-minute candle. Fairly low float, 68 million. Yeah, you guys were talking. Let's see, take a look at the SERA, SERA. Okay, when I last saw it, I saw that big topping tail and then it just basically sold off. But okay, SERA, 11.5 million in the float. Announces top line data. I know this has been posted before, but let's take a look. What phase is this? A preterm. Okay. I'm looking to see what phase this is. I wish they would just put it right at the top somewhere. I just can't see what phase this is. Anyway, market's reacting very positively so far to SERA. So when we look left on the weekly chart, the next high, it looks like that's the next high, 210. Yeah, TSM. Berkshire dumped it. I guess a lot of the hedge funds required yesterday to disclose their filings, their positions, etc., or funds just in general. And people were joking, saying, "What the heck?" I mean, I think what did he buy it around 70, and he dumped it at 90. I mean, it's a tremendous gain for most of us, but usually he likes to hold on for 100 years. Anyway, cut its stake in the company by 86%. Well, let's see. I mean, it looks like there could be some support around between 90 and 91. All right. Oops, I forgot, guys. Going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. UPST continues to move higher. Okay, a little light on the upgrades. All right, I'll get some of these upgrades in. See if there's anything interesting. And so there are only 5 upgrades that I see from briefing.com this morning. More downgrades. Well, Citigroup is downgrading UPST, but that is right now they don't care. And checking to see if there's any Goldman downgrades. XPON, guys, I'm hearing it. So, and it must be on the way up. Yeah, I see it right here, the gap up. Text to voice is, she's saying XPON over and over. All right, so we've got a bunch of downgrades for after the fact, of course, for CRDO. BBWI, the competitor, of course, to Bed Bath and Beyond, downgraded. I have to take a look at that one because it was nowhere near the carnage that BBBY has gone through. Two more to go. All right, there are some of the, let me get them into the room now, some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. What one did, oh, BBBY, I wanted to take a look at that one. Because that one, has done not badly, certainly compared to Bed Bath and Beyond. I mean, look at this. So it's been downgraded for some reason, cut to hold, have earnings on the 22nd. So it's upcoming. Well, somebody said, yeah, a draw had the same issue. So that I had no problems this morning. It loaded late, like normal. So I don't know what's going on. Well, there was definitely a server issue yesterday. I mean, there's no question. There was a server issue yesterday that affected certainly our top list. Well, everything, I guess, but not today. Not that I'm well, not certainly not for me. No, we do have, of course, these are all now AWS servers, so it's not a mechanical problem or a physical problem. So I don't know what to say. Hopefully, it's not. It shouldn't be widespread. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So click on new from our toolbar, then dock channel bar. Click on the show more, and then sector status. And we're in for definitely in for a negative open. Brian, oh, hi. Okay, first of all, Brian, welcome. W is week, D is for day, and 15 is for the 15-minute chart. So it's a 15-minute chart, a daily chart, and a weekly chart. Okay. So let's take a look, guys. So yeah, market's going to open weak, and look at energy. 100% of them are down. So what you're seeing here, XLE is the major ETF for energy. So the stocks that make up XLE, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. Communications, 100% are down. But you can just see, just look at all the major sectors. There was not the only, I don't usually look at utilities. The only one, well, there is nothing that is even 50-50. So we're in for a rocky open. But of course, the market could rally. This will be interesting to look at on the change from the open, maybe 20 minutes from now or 20 minutes from the open, because stocks could be still down from yesterday's close, but from their opening trade, they could be moving higher. So we'll have to see. I think, guys, I don't know what's in the new. So I'm getting a question about what's new in the new update. I usually let me just take a look because I won't know. Yeah, okay. So all you have to do is, I hate to say it, read. Okay. I mean, it says current vision, current changes in this version since the last release. Okay, so it's got all this. You just have to read through it. I don't think there's any major. Some of them are just little bug fixes. Okay. Okay. So I mean, it's all here. But as I say, I'm on a development version that is probably, oh, I don't know, 10 versions different from that one. How long, Brian? I open the room at 8 o'clock, and I go to about 3:20, sometimes 3:30. So it's all day. Is there an option to remove the insignia? No, but I think there's maybe. Um, yeah, show watermark. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so if you don't want the insignia, so if I right click on the chart and go to properties, and where it says show watermark, just uncheck it. I want the watermark, but that's just me. So again, go to your chart, right click the chart and click on properties, and where it says the box will pop up, show watermark. You don't want to see it, just uncheck it. Okay. Oh, on the races. Oh, that I don't think so. I don't think so. Let, yeah, I don't think so. Let me, my races don't start till 9:30, so I'll do a quick look, but I don't think so. So yeah, the market is selling off a little bit now, guys. Definitely selling off here. Yeah, Yada, you can't do it, unfortunately. Now, in the HTML version, which I am not testing because it's a little too disruptive to my system. In the HTML version of the charts, you see if I right click here and I go to use browser interface, I'd be in this new HTML version, but it's causing too many problems for me. But I have a feeling that then you're going to be able to adjust the scale, okay, in the vertical, in the y-axis. You just do a quick check. Give me a moment, I'm just typing the question. Some of the other traders at Trade Ideas are testing that version. Are the scans faster now? They're the same. I mean, it's, if you're using an alert window, they're all real time. So I don't know what you mean by I mean, I know what you mean by a scan, but I mean, an alert window, if it meets your filter requirements and whatever you're using as your trigger, be it a new high of the day or a new 5-minute high or whatever you're using, you'll get a real-time alert. Riven guys, RIVN getting a bit of a hit here. RIVN taking a little bit of a hit. All right, let's take a look at this SERA. Check out the weekly chart now. Where could it go? So there it is. And the next high in the weekly chart is 228. So could be the resistance area. I mean, if it got through that, then your next high is 263. So if it can get through 228, then your next high in the weekly chart is 263. Um, didn't mention this one, but this is an earnings play. POWW is an earnings play and is gapping down on earnings. Big gap down. Look at that, down 18%. Well, if I were looking for an expensive one to potentially fade, I think A, B, and B would be something I'd be looking at. It's out of the price range I like to trade, but I know some of you don't mind. But this, hard to believe it'll hold this level all day, especially if the market. We don't know what the market's going to do. I mean, we're weak right now, but of course we could rally. 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. Yeah, 1 minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. And yes, I will miss something that runs immediately, but I am mentally prepared for that. Well, to do a history, okay, I got to do this quickly, Yadi, but to do a history, right click on the alert window and history and today. Okay, that'll tell you all the alerts that happened. I just got to get set for this open, okay? All right, guys, 2-0. We are now open for business. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to get rid of these logos. Oh, you're talking about these logos here. You're not talking about the symbol. You're talking about the logos. Yeah. So running, wow. So Sira, Oof, I'm getting a lot in the running down already. Akamai, I think, is an earnings play also. AKAM, yeah, it's an earnings play also. And looking left on the weekly chart, the next low is 75.94. So there's still room for Akamai, AKAM. TSM with that Berkshire dumping their basically all their stake. TSM still weak. Now we've got some. I think NU is an earnings play. I believe NU is an earnings play. No, I'm wrong. I think it might have been NIU. Upstart though is an earnings play. Look at Upstart go. What an upstart. Seriously, I mean, look at this thing go. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 2130. But I will not chase it. But wow. And RBLX, super strong, guys. I mean, big pop, little pause, continuation. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 46.94. Well, the two rocket ships right off the bat, Upstart, UPST, and RBLX, Roblox. And you can see Upstart leading a race right now, the first race of the day. So what does that mean? 6.7%. That means since the race started, this has moved 6.7%. And it is poised to win the first race of the day. Even AMC is having a bit of a day here. Devon DVN is still weak, very weak, very weak. Devon is weak. DVN. Again, the next low looking left is 56 something, 56.23 or so. And BTU Peabody from yesterday, BTU earnings play from yesterday, and had a great day yesterday. You can see that giant green candle. Continuation so far. The next high looking left is 30.21, then 30.45. So a little bit, well, it's through the 30.21. So the 30.45, if it gets through that, 32.09 next high. Now, again, when I say all this, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying this is. Hmm. So yeah, you can do a couple of things, but I got to be quick on this. Okay, you can use the heart. Okay, if you see a chart, you like, then you can click the heart. It's going to go into a symbol list, a watch list called My Liked. Okay, which is automatically created for you. And what you do is you attach the symbol list to a top list window, and then you can just monitor those stocks. That's a quick way of doing it. It's sort of like this. This is a watch list. This is stocks that I am following. Should have paired some of these off, but this is a watch list that I'm following. So it's a top list, okay? And what it is, if I configure and click on symbol lists, if I scroll down, it says my like personal. That's a watch list or a symbol list that is automatically created for you. The minute that you click a heart, It should move over to this column here. And then okay, guys, Credo, shoot. And then this is a drop down, only the following lists. So this is a drop down, so just check only the following lists. So you create your top list window and then you attach that symbol list to it. Then you can monitor the stocks. All right, Credo. Shoot, am I too late? Yeah. Well, I don't know too late, but I wanted to take it around 11:30 on that price alert that I set. And you can check. I think this section is symbol list, something like that, because you can create your own symbol list. Also, give it a name, your own symbol list. Put stocks in there. But this is a quick way to do it. Just click the heart, goes into that list. Okay, so I'm glad so this crudo went right back down. So I'm going to stick an alert again. This is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You can just see. I mean, look what happened. It popped up through there, got up to what, 11, almost 12, and then right back down to 11. So meanwhile, BTU is just soaring here. This is what you call a second day continuation of earnings. Had earnings yesterday and big reaction. And this is just a great move, second day move off earnings. With still some room, 3203, 3209. Yeah, 3209. So not quite $1 to the next high looking left. Azul, it's another one, guys. Is this excuse me, Brazilian airliner? It's hit hard for quite a while. 2 weeks anyway, straight down. AZUL having a bit of a day now. Yeah, the Devon DVN, if you took that right off the bat, sure. I mean, I just don't do it. Okay, I just don't do it. 56.28. So it's got a little over $1 to the next low looking left on the excuse me, that's the next low looking left on the daily chart. Meanwhile, Roblox just continues to surge here. What a move. 24% now. That's a big float. This is a tremendous move, guys. 420 million in the float to move 24% is astonishing, really. Through the 200-day moving average, of course. Okay, guys, AMV looks like this is on the move, a cheap one, I think, with a low float. What is the float? Oh, God, sometimes that float information doesn't show up. 9.6 million in the float, so yeah, low float. Of course, this one had a tremendous big day. What day was this? On the 11th, but so a little over a month ago. I remember this day. EV, it was an EV play. Guys, this wasn't a bad trade for me at the end of the day. If you're in the room at the end of the day with the FSLY, talking about taking this one right. This is the FSLY, and it's still on the move here. FSLY. Okay, well, actually, this is now popping. I would, if I'd had to bet, I would have bet this was probably going to fade, ABND, but it's moving with the market, guys. This is a stock that is absolutely moving with the market. Look at the spot, look at that green candle, the 15-minute SPY candle has another 3 minutes to close, and A, B, and B is basically mimicking it. Well, yeah, I mean, if you took raw block right off the bat, you'd be laughing. Even if you waited here, there was a red bar ignored, 4164 would have been the entry pre-market. No, I didn't do it, but that would have been could have been the entry. But this raw blocks is just, I mean, now again, the next high is 46.94. Still has some room over $2 to that next high in the weekly chart. Not saying it's getting there. Surges, yeah, that's a little late. Surges 18%. Now we're at 25% as bookings profit beat expectations. So nerds, NRDS. Okay, what are you doing? Is this an earnings play? NRDS. And the answer is well, had earnings yesterday. Okay, there was an earnings play yesterday. Didn't see it really. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong one. I'm in the wrong one. That's INMD. Well, INMD, continuation of earnings. I'm in the wrong one. I wanted to get into nerds, NRDS. So this is an earnings play, guys. Nerd Wallet is an earnings play. What a run it's been on. Look at this daily chart. What a run since well, really, you could say since December, end of the year. A little pause here, run, little pullback, and then just a straight run, 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 run. So now they're having earnings. Look at the weekly chart on this. Low float, 26 million in the float. So I guess the thing to do is maybe try to look for a pullback or something, because right now, you're just chasing it. The after hours high, that's way up here at 1750. And let's not forget AI, guys. AI. Some of these larger names have just kept going. TTD, larger priced ones anyway, and larger cap names have just kept going. TTD, another earnings play. Next high in the weekly chart is way up here, 65 almost. Oh, look at NRDS. Wow. From 1450 to 1670 on the low. It had a maintained at equal weight by Morgan Stanley, raised to $14 from 11. Well, we're past 14 now, Morgan Stanley. What we needed was for them to say like $24. Then you could maybe. So ding dong, crazy trader, guys, really crazy. Had earnings 2 days ago. We looked awesome in the pre-market. It was even higher than this. This is 616. It was higher than that in the pre-market. Market open and it just sold right off down to 488. Had a nice recovery day yesterday, and now it looks like it wants to go a bit. But you know what? Why did that happen on its earnings day? And that's what can drive you crazy trying to trade. I said to keep watching Palantir today, guys. PLTR earnings play yesterday. Big, you know, I think they said that it was the first time in its small history. It doesn't have a lot of history, of course. That they actually made a profit in a quarter. I think that was the big news for Palantir, PLTR. The next high looking left is 1010, so a little bit of room. And that is the PLTR. Now this is shortable for me. NRDS is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 648,000 interactive brokers. You know, I mean, this has the look of, you know, obviously it's a parabolic move here, but it's an all. It's not an all-time high, even though it might look like it. But on the weekly chart, I have to back that out. And so the next high in the weekly chart, wow, it's way up here, almost $24. Why I keep looking left, guys? You'll hear me say this all the time. Looking left on a daily chart, on a weekly chart, because when I see a stock, most of the things I see are near the highs of the day. So I want to look left to see where the next high is. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I go to the weekly chart, and there I couldn't quite see it on the weekly chart, so I just zoomed out a little, and then I can see that next high. And my theory is, of course, is that what I don't want to do, I don't want to get into a trade where if I look left, that the next high is, you know, a dime away or 25 cents away. Well, it depends on the price, but I want to see a lot of room that it could keep moving. Basically, all I'm doing, I'm just trying to take chart resistance as one of the reasons why stock may not keep moving higher or lower if I'm shorting. Something I cannot answer to, Div. I've never attended one of those things. Look at nerds. Holy smokes. And of course, a winner. Okay, Carvana also having okay, so yesterday's high was 1160, 1175. The high before that was 1224. You can kind of see if it can get through all this. I mean, this was a meme stock darling for a while. Or okay, maybe we don't call it a meme stock, but high short float percent when that was all the rage for a while. Boy, AI is just it's in solid recovery mode too. After a few days ago getting up to 30.93. Now it is off that low of 20 yesterday. I mean the next high looking left, I mean it's got room also 27.35. This is a very whippy one. You know, you can go up and down very quickly. As opposed to nerds. Nerds is just rocket ship, absolute rocket ship. Not a lot of volume either. I mean 667,000 shares. That's not like a ton of volume, though that is 40 times normal up to this time of day. I've never attended Div, so I have no idea. I really can't. Maybe others in the room. Usually it's during market hours, so I never attend these things. All right, FUSN from yesterday. So really didn't. You know, you guys were in this one. Never really took out that 460, but today maybe. I mean, it is obviously up. Receives a buy from SVB Securities. I love to see a price target. Don't see a price target. Here we go. Oh, okay, here we go. Brookline Capital maintained covers with a buy and a target of 17. I wish that were Wedbush, but okay, it's giving it. I think that might have been news from yesterday too. And obviously, you know, the weekly chart has got a ton of room. Not a ton of room. I mean, the next high is 536. Okay, this is this one. I definitely wanted to take a look at this one. This is an earnings play, LTHM, and it actually gapped down on earnings. But these are isn't this is the company that, now correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, isn't this the company that GM invested $620 million to get access to their lithium? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to post that in the room. And I please add a halt resume window in your screen. Not sure what you mean. It is here. There's have not been any halts resumes. Can you see my screen? I've got it right underneath the single stock window. Oh, thank you, thank you. It was LAC. Thank you. I knew it was another, so it was another lithium play. Sorry, but that's all. I'm glad you, yeah, it was lithium. It was this one, not LTHM. Thank you. How did Fusion pop up on my screen? Where did I see it? I can't remember. I do have some other things on my other monitors that alert me, but yeah, I can't tell you. I don't know where Fusion popped up. All right, now things have settled down just a little bit. Whoa, CRK is an earnings play popped up here, then just absolutely sold off. CRK. I'm just going through the ones that were making it into my 10-day daily breakout. And yeah, there's been like some big topping tails and then just selling. However, not nerds, NRDS. The alert was at 1674. This is what I'm talking about. And OCUL 638. What is it doing right now? Yeah, I'd keep an eye. This was a big one from yesterday. May not have enough room. I'm looking at that weekly chart. It may stall right around the area it's at. Oof, erratic guys. I mean, look at this Bumble, BMBL, 2166 on the alert. It got down to just a little bit below, and then it just popped right up. So pretty erratic right now for the 10-day daily breakouts and the one on the down. The MRO is here. I see it's on the bounce plays from Zach. It's probably an earnings play. Yeah, MRO. So like Devon, DVN and MRO. A couple of big oil and gas plays. And another one, is this another earnings play? CPE? No, it's not an earnings play, but another one. Whoa, oil is really selling off. Let's take a look at the sectors now again, just a different look at it though. Dock channel bar. This time the change from the open. The way I see some of these oil plays, yeah, there's been no rally. So if you were here about 10 minutes before the market opened and I was showing you the change from the close of yesterday, the major sectors, energy sector, 100% of them were down from the close of yesterday. But look at this. Not only are they down from the close, but also 95% are down from the opening trade. So, so if you look at it, if you had a stock here that was here's yesterday's close, and we're seeing it here, and then it opens and it's still moving down. So energy very weak today. However, you can see there's been rallies. Communications, 100% of them were down. Now 76% are up from the close. I'm sorry, up from the open. Technology, the same sort of thing. So there's been a rally, but energy is just tanking today. Today. So if you want to buy like Peabody, I'm sure it just got affected by it's in that sector, of course. Oh, it's actually coal mining. So No, no, no. You've got to click on the symbol. You don't want, you'd never want, it on, depending on the number of alerts you get. No, you've got to click on the symbol and that'll load it. Okay, that loads it. We've been asked that before, but imagine if you got an alert, then you got another one, and then got another one, and it kept loading, loading. You'd never be able to see anything. So it's just a matter of clicking on it. All right, Sabre, SABR. This is an earnings play and maybe coming into a support area. 553, a couple of daily candles right at that level. Maybe coming into a support area. Yeah, AMV, I'm seeing it right here, right in my race here. No kidding. Low float, 9.6 million in the float. Now, if you took this one, obviously you should be totally aware of this 320 level. Look at all the action at 320 on the daily chart. Oh, you can, Yari, you can have this window. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. Okay, I don't want to overwhelm too much information, and things that so that's why I just show the races really. But you have access to it. You go to my home page. I'm just going to stick this in some of the. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you want some of these scans that I've got, just move down, scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and there are the two races that I'm sharing. And here are the four versions of the daily breakout and breakdowns. Okay, you can pick and choose. It's not going to be in a nice doc. Some people don't, necessarily want to see the breakdowns. They don't short, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. This is the don't repeat version, so you only see the alert the first time. So nerds, for instance, the first time it was alerted was at 9:47. The price was 1674. But every time nerds makes a new high, you will see it here. So you can see obviously from 1674 was a great alert. Great idea. Okay. So you pick and choose which ones you want. Well, I should use the Brokerage Plus more. Yeah. But the other thing, I don't want to overwhelm with so many alerts, so many different windows. It's too overwhelming. That's why I just like to concentrate on, showing people the races. But if you're a member, all you have to do is just go to my homepage and look at the scans and pick the ones you want. Is there a reason a few stocks are just grayed out in the races? Don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just looking at my races. I have never have anything that are grayed out, so don't know what you mean. You're not using my races then, are you, JA? SI is doing its thing, guys. Another very whippy one though. SI, very whippy. Not unlike the AI, not unlike AI, which is very whippy. Look at AI right now. This is what I mean. Look at AI right now. Look at these topping tails. This is just like yesterday. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, very difficult. It depends how many shares you take and where you're going to put your stop, but you can get stopped out of this sort of a trade really easily. The low float winners on the Momo. Okay, well, I'll take a look at it. Let's take a look. Doc channel bar. Now this is a 10-minute race, so okay. I think I know what you're talking about. So you know what? Get rid of they put Tesla, Apple, and Spy. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. The idea was to show you that, stocks that people follow all the time, the Apples, the Teslas, well, not so much maybe the SPY, they don't move that much. Okay. So they were just trying to point that fact out. You want to get rid of that? I mean, I think it's necessary. You want to get rid of it? Just click on the pencil, I think. Yeah, just click on the pencil and then you can clear them. That's the reason. Okay. You just clear them, close. Now they'll remain until this race is over, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe they're gone now. I don't know. That's the reason. Okay. They were trying to point out that, you know what? Everybody likes to trade. Everybody knows about Tesla and Apple and Microsoft and all that. But if you want those stocks that really move, they don't move that much. I mean, Tesla's had, Tesla, of course, over the last little while, sure. But that's the reason. DHC guys, this is another nice mover here. Has some room. 872. BHC, it's not an earnings play. Lots of volume. Big float, 356 million in the float. Going counter to the market. Well, that was a nice alert actually from the AI guys. I'm just looking here, the Credo, 1110 to short, 1042 now, 6% move so far. That's from the AI. I'm sure a lot of people like myself thought, okay, this is going to have a nice rally here. Got all the way up to almost 12 and then just fell. So on that weekly chart, the next low is 929. I mean, so it's still got some room. It's so weak right now. Credo is so weak. It just actually just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Wow, Credo. Well, that's a classic, guys. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. They had a major, major customer basically saying, you're not going to be buying so much. anymore. And it obviously completely affected this company. I mean, it's been basically cut in half from yesterday. I mean, imagine having this stock up here and you wake up to this, unless you were watching it after hours, wondering what the heck is happening. You wake up to this. What is not giving it up? I mean, this is really now trading on its own. Airbnb. I mean, this is still moving higher. At the beginning, I thought, okay, it's going to follow the SPY a lot more. That opening 15-minute green candle corresponded to that. But look what's happened since then. A couple of red bars on the SPY. This is moving higher. And boy, look at that weekly chart. I mean, it's got the next high is 159. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's the next high on that weekly chart for Airbnb. That is amazing. DLTR, say from Shady. I'm sure this is highly, yeah, nicely done. 971, 940. I'm looking at this is out of the price range I like, but look at this Akamai, AKAM. The next low looking left is 7608. Well, SI right at 20 now, right at 20. Okay, guys, Carvana looks interesting. Big pullback off that high here. It looks like it wants to keep moving a bit here. I'm looking for an entry on this Carvana. I might take it if it gets up to about that 1123 level. Just watching Carvana here. In fact, while I watch it, just put a price alert around that area. And if it hits that area, probably in this trade and see if it can get close to that high. This is not recommendation to do the same thing, okay? It's got the high yesterday to contend with, but this could get. I mean, with that float, if the crew gets a hold of it, whatever Reddit group wants to get a hold of it. If not, I just don't take the trade. Boy, that upstart and TTD. All right, so in it, let's see if it can at least get a 11:30 is the next high. I probably, I'm being a little actually 11:75 is the next high. Is that right? Oh yeah, 11:75. That's why I'm interested. 11:75 is the next high. Discounting today, of course, which is 11:55. So that is the Carvana. Okay, wow, that AI. I just wish it weren't so darn whippy. Look at the topping tail, bottoming tail, big bottoming tail. So now I'm going to start paying a little more attention to the VWAP, guys. Okay, I'm really paying way more attention to the VWAP and the anchored VWAP than I ever used to. Another one. Is this an earnings play? CAL, CAL. Not an earnings play. CAL. Look at this thing. Okay, next high looking left is 26.59. So it's a little too close. 27.27. If we could somehow get through that 26.59, then it's got some room to the 27 plus mark. All right, guys. Be- be- Because of what, and I don't know what this market's doing, but also I don't have the tremendous trust in this Carvana, what it's going to do. But I'm looking to take some off. Watching how it's trading here. Give me a moment here. All right, guys, it's turning in way better than I thought. Okay, took some off at 44. Okay, 11:44. This is not a recommendation you do the same thing, but there's the high of the day right here. It's very close to that. Was it really? Was it all the way down there, CRDO? Let me check CRDO. The pre-market low, yeah, you're right, William. The pre-market or the after hours was 961 and 955 pre-market. Yeah. Okay, come on. Maybe you can take out 1150 for Carvana, CVNA. Maybe. All right, guys. BHC. I mentioned this one just a little while ago. The next high looking left is 1172. So there's a little bit of room on a percentage basis. Look at the market. Come on, market. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Carvana. It just that could not get through 1150. So I'm all out of it. What is a weed ETF? There are two, MSOS. MSOS is one. I'm asked a question in our YouTube room. Let's see how much it trades. 181,000. Okay, there is one. And then MJ. So remember, 181,000 shares. Take a look at MJ, which is more popular. Let's see which one is more popular. Yeah, so I guess MSOS. This one is trading 79,000. So I guess I would use MSOS as your cannabis ETF. I love it. 3 reasons to steer clear of Carvana stock. Yeah, so all I'm looking at is a trade. That's all it is. Or that's all it was. Ugh, that's not a nice look for Sierra now. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think I'd be piling into this short. This looks really weak now. There's the VWAP underneath the VWAP, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. No, this is ugly. Now, GRTX is sitting right on the 200-day moving average now. 161, so it's sitting right on it. Will it bounce from the 200-day moving average? It gapped up on seemingly positive news, and then they sprung a financing. So that's the reason why this is down. Excuse me, this is down. Now for Carvana, if it gets back, if it gets to the 1150 mark again, I may take another look. But I don't like these topping tails at all. See what it got to? Got literally to 1150. And the high of the day is 1155. So it would really have to take that out for me to get interested again. Whereas if it does, then the next level is 1175. And then after that, 1224. But more importantly, way up here, if it really wants to get rocking again. So, we'll have to watch this one tomorrow. Because somehow I doubt it's going to take out this the 1224 level today. It is right back. CVNA, surprising me. Right back. Wow. Well, that's okay. So if you kept this one, wow, look at this thing go now. I'm not in it anymore, but look at this thing go now. Again, that 1175. Famous last words. I said it probably won't get through 1224 today, but I'll just put an alert up here. Certainly for tomorrow. Guys, this Akamai, I mean, it's out of the price range I like, but boy, this is still weak, 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 weak. Look at this earnings play, and it is weak. And then again, the next low looking left is $76 on the on the yeah, the weekly chart. Oh, I didn't even realize it. It is an AI play actually too. AI as in our AI. These are the three alerts so far to short CRDO and Akamai and go long Uber. All three are, this one, of course, the Credo worked very well. Actually, it's 6% you see there, but remember, it was down to $10. So that was even a bigger percent. I'll go over this in a bit. Wow. Well, I read that wrong. Look at Carvana now, guys. This hit 12, I think. 1209. My goodness. I mean, well, look, if it takes out 1224, all bets are off. I mean, this could just keep ripping higher. Love to see a little pullback of some sort. If it gets at 1224, maybe gets up to 1230, 35, pulls back to that level, and then give a bit of an entry. But if you stuck it out, congratulations. And we're kind of wimpy like I was. I got out at 1144 and 1145 from 1123. And you can see Carvana winning races over here also. And here, won one race here. And it's in a battle right now. There it is. And a little battle with UIHC to win the next race. I often see two stocks or a stock in both races. BZFD. Any feel? Let's take a look. I know that was wasn't that a fairly recent? Oh, well, that's BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed, right? Well, the good thing it's trying to get through that 200-day moving average, 192. It's over the VWAP, 184. I didn't see this at all earlier. One of the reasons is the relative volume is good now. At the beginning of the day, it probably wasn't. Most of my alerts, most of my filters have a minimum of 2 in the relative volume, so that's probably why I didn't see it early. But yeah, I mean, is there news? I don't see any news. I don't see any news today specifically for it. The next high looking left is 211. I guess if it gets through 211, then the next high is 251. So problem is right now you're in complete chase mode. I mean, you're just trying to. I'd wait to see what it did at 211. Maybe it stalls just for a bit and then gives you a bit of an entry. Yeah, so there's no easy way, but I like to do it this way anyway, Yanni. The reason why I would want to get rid of a symbol is because I will look at the chart and go, yeah, I don't want it anymore. To me, okay? And so then you just click the heart to unheart it. I mean, that would be the reason why I would want to get rid of a symbol. That makes sense? I mean, what other reason do you have for getting rid of a symbol? To me, the way I trade anyway is I'll be looking at a chart and saying, yeah, I don't like it anymore, and then I just unheart it. Okay, just do this. Now it's yeah, it might take a couple of seconds or 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Okay, but I mean, the thing is, if you don't want it anymore, I mean, then you're not going to even if you see it in your top list, you don't click on it. But it does take usually takes maybe 30 seconds because it is a top list, and a top list usually takes about 30 seconds to update. Well, here's another earnings play, guys. Andy, ANDE. Not a lot of volume though. 144,000 shares. Wow, it's 9 times normal volume up to this time of the day, but just not a lot of volume. Oh, not shortable for me. Look at the collapse of AMV. 270, 180. All right, guys, 10:34. So what I'm going to do is just go over some of the information you can find on my homepage. Okay. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Give me a moment. Get rid of this. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription, this V-Day 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year is still valid. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see that they're never, don't use this, don't use the V-Day 20, use V-Day 25. Okay, so we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual premium is $2,000 and upfront, of course, and the annual standard is 1,000, less the 25%. And the big difference between premium and standard, I just sort of flashed this at you, is this is the AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, less the 25% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And I know I emphasize that because so many people get upset. How come I'm paying a different rate than the first month? Well, it's only good. The discount's only good for the first month. If it were good for every month, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? I mean, that's the simple answer. But if you take out a monthly subscription and then within 30 days you decide you want to take out an annual, we will honor that 25%. Okay. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. And if you, yeah, I mean, you don't have to take out an annual at any time. Obviously, taking out an annual subscription reduces your per monthly cost. You have to pay it up front, but obviously, it'll reduce your per monthly cost. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do this first, the getting started, and takes you through the download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. You must do that. Trading 101, if you are brand new to trading or relatively new, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a great course. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? A series of videos. So you can take a look at that if you're new to trading. It's all free. I do a daily stock of the day video right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. Big education section is here, my homepage. Click on the education section. Here is the user guide. Click on that user guide. And there's the getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, an A window, a top list window is, a T window, and about the stock racing. If I click on the stock racing section, you will see there are some, information about, there's actually 4 videos about the racing, and also these are all clickable, race startup, configuration, etc. Getting started again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so I'll have to confirm if it is Jamie, okay? But somebody will be there while I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the pro room and Discord so you can head over and listen to whoever it's going to be today. There's the free room. Educational videos about trade ideas. And last, here are my scans. So the scans, these are the 2 scans that you see, biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers from the open percent. These are these 2 races right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You see my halts resumes. I don't really call this a scan. It's more information, just telling me when a stock gets halted and when it resumes. Momentum scan, I showed you the momentum channel. That's basically the momentum scan from it. This is the don't repeat that I flash here every now and then. Okay, the don't repeat. I'm sorry, the don't repeat. The 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Upside movers versus downside movers. Okay, so a lot of scans here. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage, and then you can go to the link and take it from there. This is a free room, so the room will get credit for the fact that you use my link, etc. I get some credit. And also, if you save my homepage, then you have access to my scans and the education section at any time. How do you add the halt? Well, do you know how to load something from the cloud, Art? Because you just click on you just click on the scan. Okay, here it is. There's in the scan section. So you just click on it, and it's going to load into a new tab right up here. You just copy it. I just copied it. Okay, highlight and Control C. Now, once I've done that, then I file load from cloud. File, load from cloud, and that That string here, you see how it, well, you can't see it at the very end, but this is the same, that is up here now, and then you just load it. Now it's on your screen. Did I go too fast, or did you get that? Once it's on your screen, then you make it part of your layout if you want. Put it wherever you want. Okay, so go to my home page. Okay, go to, oops, sorry, wrong. I can't get rid of that. Okay, never mind. Go to my home page. This is, you should know how to do this because I'll be sharing links a lot from my home page. Okay, so go to my home page, click on my home page, and you should not get error establishing a data. Okay, let me just go back. Okay, and then scroll down to the scan section. Click here, and then halts resumes right there. Click on it. It loads up in a new tab. I'm highlighting it. I Control C. Now I've copied it. And the next step, file load from cloud. And that box. Now, if for some reason this box is blank, then just paste it in. Control V it in, right? But I would say 99.99% of the time, it'll already be loaded in if you've done it correctly, and then load, and now it'll appear on your screen. And now you can incorporate it as part of your layout. Make sure that when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your layout. Yeah, one of the nice things about trade ideas is that we can share scans. I mean, that's very, very easily done. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, just some general things about trade ideas. We're a scanner, okay, real-time scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use trade ideas, okay. We do have kind of a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, so that you can actually use this window to trade from within trade ideas. It's called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to get rid of this. I should have covered this yesterday. This is in the simulated account. I'm going to get rid of it now. But how I like to demonstrate this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulated paper trader. Okay, simulation trading, paper trading. You're new to trading. You should never start trading live until you've got some experience. And that experience, I mean, it could take months. Okay, it really could take months. So that's why we've got this simulator here. And all you need is our standard service. You must be using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, it is not available. And you just load it from our toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. It'll say Not Connected. You click on two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says Live, one says Sim. Click on Sim. It'll change to Account. Now, yesterday this froze my system, so hopefully it doesn't do it today. Again, this development system I'm on. Let's hope it doesn't do it. So I'm in the simulator now. And now I can practice trading. Okay, good. So when you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. You click buy, and then you send it. And now, so you can practice trading in the simulator. In a topless window, you can't. Okay, I mean remember the idea of a topless window is without using it for racing was this. Or is it still is this, but if I right click first, I'll go over racing right now. If all races start from a top list, but this is the top list window that this race is based on. Now, before we had racing, how a top list window was used is you could sort on any filter column header that you had here. So for instance, this is the change percent, change from the close yesterday. So if I double left click, I can see the stock that is up the most from yesterday's close. UIHCs, 26%, UPST, etc. Okay. This actually, I'm assuming now this gets updated. I mean, we used to say it's every 30 seconds. I mean, that's what'll happen. Every 30 seconds, it'll certainly get updated. But as things move, you kind of see the things flickering. Change from the open. If I want to see the stocks that have changed the most from the open, oops. I can sort on that column. So you can sort on any column that you have as a header. There's no reason to do it in an alert window, though. I mean, an alert window is, you want to see the latest ones. That's the whole idea of an alert window. Well, in my opinion, anyway, you want to see the last alert. Okay. This is just telling you this one, the don't repeat is saying, okay, here's the first time BHC was alerted at 8:35, 10:14, the time. The price was 8:35. What did it do from there? And this is the repeating version of this, which is the common version. Most people don't repeat. This is just an option. If I click on properties and then don't repeat, we have an option here. So, because sometimes you don't, if you don't want to see the same symbol over and over and over again, because, a symbol can be really moving quickly. So you can say, only show it every minute or every 5 minutes, 15 minutes, etc. I do it for the day because, again, I like to be able to go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? So if I don't, even if I don't see it over here, I can just click on it. BTU, I click on it, and The alert was that, and you can see there's a blue arrow that'll appear on your chart, depending and whatever time frame you're looking at. So this is a 15-minute candle or chart. So that's the candle in which it happened. If I were looking at a 5-minute chart, it would show me the 5-minute candle. But that's so I can now look at that and go, okay, I got the alert at 30:05. What did it do from there? Well, you got up to 31.22. Not bad before it, fell back. Hey, it may still be valid though. I mean, if this holds 30, and maybe breaks over 30. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Breaks over 30.35. I might take a look at a trade right there. Had earnings yesterday. We talked about this sort of a second day continuation. Okay, but that's the idea of the don't repeat. You can just see what happened from that first alert. Remember, these are all ideas. Okay, these are not when you get the alert. And I'm not just talking to Yadi. I'm talking to everybody. When you get the alert, doesn't mean you just take the trade. These are ideas. And I'm always going to be looking at the chart, maybe even what the market's doing. Look at the choppiness of this market today. Ooh, we're back into that mode, guys. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the SPY. Very, very choppy day again. So there's no reason, in my opinion, to sort. Because you want to see the last alert. Now, getting back to the races. So before we had the races, yeah, it might be nice to see what stocks are up the most from the open, but how do you use this to trade? I mean, it's nice to see, but again, how do you use it to trade? So in this race, my filters in this particular top list look like this. So it'll make that list as long as the stock is between $1 and $50. 200,000 shares have traded at least, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll make this list, and then I can rank them right here. But again, how am I going to use this to trade? So, for instance, what if IonQ right here, and it's up 7.5% from the open, but what if all of a sudden it started to move? Now it's 8%, now it's 10%, 15, 20. How could I see that? And that's where the racing comes in. I run 4-minute races. This race is almost over. Since the race started, SI has moved the most, 4%. Okay, so that's why it won the race. Okay, another race will now begin, and you can set that up. I mean, I think that's probably the most obvious thing to do is, once a race is over, you want another one to begin. You don't want to have to manually start races, and that's all in the initial setup. Usually takes about 30 seconds, to kind of warm up. And once it does, then you're going to see what stock, since the race started, has moved the most percentage-wise. Now, obviously, because it's a race like any other race, doesn't mean a stock that's at the top right now is going to remain there. Some other stock could come out of nowhere, just like I was saying. In that list, some stock could come out of nowhere and, jump right to the top. And so my advice is that what you do is you don't have to wait for the stock to be at the top. You can click on it at any time and just see what's happening. I remember Summit was a pretty popular one. Let's click on it, see what's happening. I mean, maybe, it's fallen on really hard times. But, the only way you're going to know is by clicking on it and, depending on the time frames you're using, just to kind of check it out to see what's happening. But the other nice thing is that it automatically creates a watch list for you of 10 stocks to follow all day long. And these are based on the stocks that win the most races. And some days you're going to, like over here, Upstart has won 9 races in this one. I'll show you what this one's all about. But sometimes you're going to see some, the top 2 or 3 stocks have won 15 races all day long. These are the ones that follow for sure. If you missed it, let's take a look at Carvana right now. Okay. So you might go, man, I missed this big move. Yeah, but what if it holds here? What if it, maybe you put a price alert at a certain level, or maybe Here's the VWAP down here. Maybe you put a price alert near the VWAP and see if it pulls back to it. That's why you've got to practice. You have to practice a style of trading. And so SERA, I mean, SERA, maybe later on it gets going again. You never know with that float. Just give me a moment. Sometimes that my single stock window gets jumbled. But let's take a look at SERA again. So with that float, 11.5 million in the float, there's the VWAP right there. Maybe if it gets above the VWAP over $2, maybe it gets rolling again. So stick an alert, 207. Okay, then you don't have to watch it. You just forget about it. It's in the price alert window right here. Okay, right at the bottom. I sort my price alert window, excuse me, and you just load it from here. New price alerts window. If you've never done it before, it'll be blank. This is such a power. I mean, look, we did not invent putting price alerts, obviously, on stocks. Been around forever, but I find this is a super simple way to do it. Just right on the chart. Put your pointer wherever you want. If I want to put it at the VWAP, I will just left click, create the price alert, and it's at 2. I can, of course, change the price if I want. I don't typically put any notes, but you can if you want. But look how simple that was. And you see now there's 2 price alerts for SERA. So if any one of these triggers, if it gets up to $2, what will happen is, because I minimize my window, okay, you don't have to have the price alerts window up and running. So I just minimize it. And if it hits 2, the window is going to pop up on my screen. It's going to be at the top because I sort on the trigger time column. So it's going to be I'll see the last one that triggered right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it also, using the actions. And I do that because I've got a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer, but if I hear that sound, I can come racing back. I know the unique sound that my price alert window makes. So I know I've been given a price alert. And then at that point, then you can click on it and make your determination. Do you still want to trade it? Just because you get a price alert doesn't necessarily mean you're going to trade it. But at least now you know you've got it. Now you can see what's happening. This race here, the big difference, you will not see, rarely will you see any big percentage moves in this race here. The reason being is I put a 500 million minimum market cap and a 50 million minimum float. So these are larger cap stocks. So typically, you're not going to get the same sort of percentage moves so this is a lot more volatile. It's a lot of fun when you're in on the right side, but it's not so much fun if you get nailed on one of these. And nailed meaning something starts to run. You cannot, I should always emphasize this. If you get into one of these sort of stocks with the low floats, and I consider anything under 20 million a low float, but sometimes we're seeing some of these things with like under 1 million in the float. You can't take a trade and then wander away from your computer, even for like 5 seconds, because with these low float situations, the rug can get pulled really quickly. So you've got to be sticking around if you're in. Really, I like to stick around if I'm in anything, but certainly one of these. So if I were new to trading, I would probably more concentrate on these because they're just not as volatile. Doesn't mean they're, look at Carvana. I mean, it's only up 1.29% only, right? In this race since the race started. But we know that Carvana is an active mover. So it doesn't mean that these are garbage just because you're not getting big percentage moves. But they're just a little less volatile than the ones that you're seeing here. And again, I am sharing both these races. And you want more information about races, just go to the guide and go to the TI stock race section for videos, how you can configure races, I'm using 4-minute races. You, of course, you want to run your races for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 3 minutes. It's up to you. So, I mean, you do have the option to, have the look of your race different from this if you want. Though you cannot get rid of the icons, the stock symbols. I don't think anyway. I don't think there's a way to do that. Let me just try. I want to duplicate it into a free floating window. And I think I still have, yeah, I don't see any option to get rid of the stock symbols. Let's see if this is still a bug for me. Yeah. See, when you click on this, and then I show the race setup, and I now click on this, I should now be able to go and make changes, but I can't do it. There is a bug in the development version. Doesn't bother me because I don't want to make any changes. Now you can do some quick changes if you hit the gear here, and if you wanted to change the price range or the minimum volume, or you could go to the advanced and make the changes here. So for instance, if you have my race, but you don't like the price range I have, or maybe the minimum volume, you can change it. You can create your own race. Remember, all races start from a top list window. Ooh, AI. Wow. I guess so it's not dead. Let's take a look at BBAI. See if that is, I know it had a little bit of a move yesterday. Yeah, not really. So it's really AI on its own that I can see. I don't know. Anybody know if there are any companies releasing releasing today and having AI in the press release saying we're going to use Chat GPT, whatever it's called. Just one moment, please. This will be about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see Alti got halted, and what happened after that? No, wow, awful. So it resumed at 9:20, got halted at 8:95, resumed at 9:20, but that was very quick, and then a collapse. Yuck. Roblox is just kind of doing nothing. Just looking at over here, kind of doing nothing. Yeah, just holding the VWAP a little bit. Okay, so there's the VWAP, 43.78. So it is above the VWAP. So I do see there's a little bit of action in the meme stocks today. GME, yeah. So here's GME moving here. Okay. Well, it's interesting. Here is some news. Not specifically to GameStop, but Wall Street's top regulator was poised on Wednesday to adopt rules tightening the time frame for stock trades in an effort to tamp down the kind of risk seen. What? Is that what you were talking about, William, about the one day or something? I saw you post something about one day. No, that was that not the same thing. Okay. I thought I saw something. You did post something about one day settlement or something like that? Settlement rule from 3 days. So that really doesn't have any effect on this. Okay. I guess. Well, Commission's proposal to cut the so-called settlement cycle to a single day from 6 years after short. Okay. Anyway, well, for whatever reason, I don't know if that is the reason. SEC considers rules that could squeeze Coinbase and other crypto platforms. That's Coinbase. Anyway, so there's GME. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, it's having a nice little day. How's AMC doing? AMC is doing kind of the same thing. And last but not least, Cape. Is it doing kind of, yeah, they're kind of having, and then Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, this is not. So this is not helping Bed Bath and Beyond at all. Now remember, memers beware, okay? A few days ago, this looked like this was going to just absolutely take off. Now, it did take off. That day, it did take off. 313, it got up to 712, pulled back here, but I think there were probably tons of retail investors all caught up in this, thinking, okay, I'm going to hold. And then the next day it just absolutely tanked, and it's been tanking ever since. Boy, guys, this Carvana, CVNA. Here's my number right up here, 1229, 1229. It takes that out. It's got room galore. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, my goodness, TTD making another new high. So why don't we do this in the simulator, okay? The CVNA. I was going to put a conditional buy order at 1229, but let's hold off on that. Meanwhile, BHC continues to inch its way higher. Herbalife, haven't seen this one for a while. Herbalife, 1966. Whoa, that's not bad either. So my 10-day daily breakout is starting to produce. There was the alert for Herbalife at 1966. I don't know what I was doing at 1035, but at 1990 now. And boy, oh boy, I mean, it takes that out. Look at the weekly chart. 2065 is the next high. Just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. Ugh. Okay, so Brian, the question was from our YouTube room. I have only traded options, but I want to transition over to trading regular stocks. I'm actually profitable, but I want to be more versatile. Would you recommend your system for a new stock trader? Well, okay, if you traded options and you're profitable, then I would call you an experienced trader because, option trading I don't think is easy. So would I recommend our system? Sure. I mean, we were probably just about one of the best, if not the best, real-time stock services out there or platforms out there. A lot of screeners out there, but in terms of real-time alerts with all the different sort of real-time alerts you can get, I mean, I'm not saying we're the only ones out there, but I think we're awfully good. Am I biased? Of course I am, but I've been with the program since or the product since 2010 as a subscriber way back then, and I started working for Trade Ideas in about 20, I think 2013. Okay, so but I was a subscriber just like anybody else, and believe me, I wouldn't be using the program unless I could find a way to make money using it. So, and you can create, see what you're seeing here. These are, this little scan, this ray scan that I created. I mean, I've got some other scans on other monitors, of course, but you have the ability, anybody has the ability to create their own scans. So for instance, if I just right click any scan that I've got that I'm sharing, in order to see what it's looking for, you just right click on the scan and click on configure and then summary. And this is what the scan is looking for. So if the price is between $2 and $35, the current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum of 500,000 shares, up 40 cents from the open, etc. And above yesterday's low. Or sorry, above the 10-day high. And that's why it's called the 10-day daily breakout. So if filters meet if the stocks meet these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get the real-time alert. But with these filters in place, I don't get very many alerts, which is what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course, if I click on the search box, then when you see these icons here, these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. And I always have to caution people, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. And then these are the filters that we have, the screening aspect. And again, we have a lot of them. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Why we have so many is because when the company started, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So obviously we had to create enough different alerts, enough different filters, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. So if you're looking for a real-time scanner, you've come to the right place. Yeah, so look at this. I mean, I've only got on the downside, I've got 4, and on the upside, what have I got? 7. That's it. Now, sometimes it's a little more active, but that's the way I like it. Just a few. Let me try something here, guys. I haven't done this for a while, so let me, I want to do this off screen. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just experimenting with something. Ah, hmm. Pepe, are you around? You're gonna have to help me. I can't believe it. I remember I haven't done this for so long. Are you around? I really don't like this brokerage plus the way it's done. The other time seemed to be a lot easier. But look at AI, guys. Wow, AI. This rocket ship yesterday down to $20, 25 now. Okay, NFTG is an IPO and it got halted. Okay, so let's see what the structure was or is. Oh, good Lord. The NFT gaming company. Okay. So it was priced at 415, so it's a little bit above the okay, so 415 and how many shares? NFT gaming. Oh man. Okay, so 1.6 million shares. So very, very low number of shares. Okay. Highly risky. What I'm going to do is just stick an alert at the high. We haven't seen very many successful IPOs lately, guys, with these cheap ones really running. We used to see the odd one that would just absolutely go crazy. And this is the structure that would normally have low float, 1.6 million issued, a low IPO price, say around four. And we've seen some of these crazy ones go to 20, 30, $40 the same day. We haven't seen that for a while. Okay, Jamie. Okay. Yeah, look at Palantir. So I know Shady shorted this, so you probably made a little bit of money, but wow, this is just taking off again, guys. 1010 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And then it is 1040, and then we've got 1162. So, this is really a nice one, really, really nice one from that what we call a second day continuation on earnings, off of earnings. That's what it was all about. Okay, guys, so it's 11:31. Jamie has said that he will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, I'll put the YouTube link in and you can head over there. Just watching the market right now, put in a bit of a red bar. So my number one focus still is on this Carvana. Even though I'm out of it now, the number one focus is still on their Carvana. If it can get above, this 1224, 1229 today, 1224. So I've got an alert set, I think, right at the high of the day, and see if it takes it out. Here's another one coming out of nowhere, guys. DTIL. DTIL coming out of nowhere. All I'm getting, this is the scan I'm sharing, momentum, okay? Just on my other monitor. And that is on my homepage. It's called Momo, and that's all it is. Look at this. Volume came in, and remember what momentum is all about. The volume in the last 1 minute is at least 1,000% of normal. Okay, so compared to previous 1 minute candles. So that's why you're getting, that's why I get an alert like this because of the volume explosion. It doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, but now you know that this is moving. And, if it's not too extended, maybe you take the trade. If it's too extended, maybe you wait for a pullback to a certain moving average or the VWAP or, some other style that you might like. Always looking left, of course. Why I wouldn't take this trade? I just look left. Too much resistance, in my opinion. Right up here, 130. We're at 122. I think it could stall easily here. So to me, is not good enough on a risk reward basis. Yeah. I appreciate that from our YouTube room. Thank you. Okay, guys, 11:36. Again, I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes from now. Just keeping an eye on the Carvana to see if it takes out that 1227 area later on. I certainly would be keeping an eye on the SCRA. If it can take out the VWAP, that's why I've got a couple of alerts above the VWAP right there. The VWAP's at 2, so takes that out. Later on, it might get going again. Later on, sometime in the afternoon. A lot of these stocks, they have the tendency to have the huge pops, then kind of a drop, and then they base a bit. And then all of a sudden, the enthusiasm comes back and they start to run again. Not saying this is going to happen with SERA, but that's why you just put a price alert and you just forget about it. Excuse me. Hood, guys, HOOD had earnings on the 8th. I had a nice pop, actually, I think. Actually, I'm wrong. Well, it had a pop up to 11:15, and then it sold off down to 10. Did nothing for the next 3 days. Now it's trying to move again. So again, another one that has some room. 11:19. It's a big float, 425 million in the float. So again, I'm not adverse to high floats. It's just that for it to move a certain percentage, it's going to take a bunch of volume coming in. And again, I should go over the float just for those who are new to trading, and because you hear me talk about the float all the time. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. So typically, if you take, say, Microsoft or any of the big large cap names, you'll notice they'll always have number of shares outstanding. But then the float is made up of, you take the shares outstanding and then you start subtracting, say, what maybe mutual funds, certainly the C-suiters, the CEO, the COO, some of the major maybe directors even. You have to start subtracting those shares from the float, and that sorry, from the shares outstanding, and that gets you the float. Because those shares held by those, call them insiders, cannot be traded typically on a day-to-day basis. So that gets you the float information. So, that's why when you look at Apple, if I put the right symbol in, a moment. Okay, so the float is, see, sometimes I'm sorry, guys, the single stock window just gets jumbled every now, and I don't know why it does. So I'll just Microsoft. Let's do Microsoft. So look at Microsoft, 7.3 billion shares in the float. For Microsoft, I mean, it's moved 1.77% today. Okay. For it to move, 10%, it's going to take a lot. It's going to probably have to have some kind of a blowout earnings, one way or the other. You go move up or down, or maybe some, huge press release for something like this to really, really move to get me interested. Typically, it just doesn't happen. So my idea of a low float is anything under 20 million. Now, if you were a person who's used to trading Microsoft and the multi-billion dollar float companies, you might think 100 million is very low, and that's fine. For me, anything under 20 million and under is what I consider a low float situation. And again, so the lower that number, take a look at BuzzFeed. Yeah, I mean, 30 million is not crazy low, but it's certainly low, but it's not crazy low. But the only way a stock like this can move 21% typically is to have a relatively low float. And what happens is it's all about the demand. So just think of the float as being the supply of stock, and then the volume that is traded today is the demand. And so when the demand is high for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe they had a press release, or maybe some group somewhere decided today's the day for this stock. This is what can happen. And you can see the relative volume. So it's trading 4.9 times normal up to this time of the day. But we've seen some crazy, crazy low floats, that are under a million shares. And those are the ones that you can see moving 100, 200, 300% in the day. And it's wonderful when you're on the right side of it. But believe me, when the rug gets pulled, when all of a sudden the buying starts drying up, these things can drop more quickly than they go up. Look at this one. I mean, all of a sudden the buying just dried up, 272, drops all the way down to 190. It's probably very, very quick. That's why I say, do not wander away from your computer if you're in a low float stock. Now, I said yesterday, half joking, that I love the setups in the afternoon. I really, really like the setups in the afternoon because, in the afternoon, some of these ones that are really, wild in the first half of the day tend to settle down a little bit. And then depending what the market's doing, yesterday we had a great day with the market was sort of moving in the afternoon. And we saw a lot of stocks. AI, I think, was a great example. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if you look at, let's take a look at AI in a bigger chart. Okay, so look at AI at the beginning of this day. This is yesterday. This is yesterday's chart, okay? Look how, this was a really, really difficult one to trade. Big topping tail. What does it mean? It means the buyers had it up to this price, and then the sellers knocked it down. There's where it closed, and then get out of here. But you can kind of see all these topping tails. And we had some bottoming tails. The sellers knocked it down here, the buyers closed it here. Really, really choppy until, and I think this just all it's had to do was take out this 22 area. And then at the end of the day, yeah, we had some topping tails and bottoming tails, but we didn't have, another color candle. It was a nice little run. And what time did that start? 2:15, as an example, 2:15. and it was a relatively good run. It still has some topping tails and bottoming tails, but we saw a lot of stocks doing this. Now, granted, the market was also having a nice little lift, but a lot of the things that we look at are not so dependent on the market. So that's why I have no problem, I don't it, again, I was joking with somebody yesterday. When we're talking to Michael Noss when he was in the YouTube room. I see so many better setups later on in the day. But I know most people don't have the patience to hang around. But what if that were your trading plan? What if your trading plan was, what? Depending on your time zone, I'm in the West Coast, so what I could say, what? I'm not going to trade until 10, my time. That's 1 o'clock. And and start looking for things that have settled down a little bit more and maybe have a little more of a consistent trend one way or the other. And that's why I'm saying with the SERA, I don't know what's going to happen with SERA. I'm not predicting that it's going to, pop up here, but it's now sort of settled down. And if some buying comes in, just look at this 15-minute chart. Just look how the volume, you can't even see these. The volume is just, now putrid. But all of a sudden, if some buying comes in and you see a big candle here and it pops through here, that could give us an opportunity to trade it. Yeah, I really haven't been watching the indices. Yeah, the SPY could go positive. I mean, it's almost there. Dow is negative, NASA is positive. So there is this minor disconnect in the market. With the difference between the value stocks versus growth stocks. Little disconnect. Let's see if energy came back at all. Let's take a look at XLE, the ETF for energy, and see if it has come back at all. Not really. I mean, it had a little bit of a move here, little bit of a move, but it's not really. It's still down for the day. So most of the energy stocks are probably down for the day. Though I bet a lot of them had a nice little move from 10 o'clock up to 10:45. So about a 45-minute window in which probably some of the energy stocks were moving higher. So that's why I always have a SPY chart that allows me to kind of have an idea what the market's doing. So if I'm in a stock that kind of follows the market, I better know what the market's doing. Like a Carvana doesn't follow the market. Carvana trades on its own. CVNA doesn't follow the market. Within reason. I mean, if the market was, gapping down 1,000 points, I'm sure you'd probably be hard pressed to find any stock that is really moving well. Hey guys, give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, listen, Carvana may give it up. I mean, it may just completely and utterly give it up. The VWAP's at 1163. You know, it may come down to the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP holds it. What I'm seeing here are some bottoming tails, one, two, three, four in a row. Yeah, we did have a topping tail on that green candle, but again, the sellers have been trying, but the buyers have been relatively steadfast in keeping it in this area. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Let's see. Carvana. Ooh, this one from yesterday. This was a frustrating one for me yesterday. SKYT. This was an earnings play yesterday. And what's the spread like now? See, the spread is not terrible right now. 1479, 1483. But yesterday, this was a terrible one to try to trade because of the spread, and yet it moves so. Look, if I known it was going to do this, get up to 1531 when I was trying to get in or in that 13 level, but the spread was like sometimes 20, 30 cents, and it just prevented me from taking that trade. But this is an earnings play, and from yesterday, it got all the way up again to 1535. All right, guys, it is getting close to Jamie taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 6 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. I'm still here until he shows up. All right, and I'll put the YouTube links into. Okay, he's not there yet, but just want to prepare. And I hope they get a little more active. You're the only one, Bear Killer, Ija. I only keep this open for the 8 or 9 people that show up. It doesn't really take any effort on my part. I'm talking about our Discord room. James, I heard a little ping.
Hello.
Jamie, how are you, my friend?
I am alive and kicking, Barry.
Okay. Well, I was been thinking about you for a lot for the last couple of weeks. So anyway,
I appreciate that.
yeah. So
Let's
are
see
you
here. I'm just
wanting to
about
take over?
to, yeah,
Okay, let me just mute myself in the other 2 rooms. Okay.
sure.
Okay, guys. Jamie is in our YouTube room now. I put the YouTube link in, so he is there right now. So I'm muting myself now in the rooms.
Apparently, there we go. Okay, the little interface has changed up here a bit. Let me,
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, it says something like screened. Yeah, I know what you mean, but you just have to
okay,
click on
I
it, I
got it.
think.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little change. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I've been out of commission for a couple of weeks and just trying to wrap my head back around the screens again. You'd be amazed at
Yeah.
what 9 days off, 9 trading days off, you come back and you're like, ooh, I'm a
It's
little
funny.
fuzzy.
I even feel like that when we have a long weekend, believe it or not,
Absolutely.
and getting in on I think a Tuesday, and I think, wow, I mean, we've been doing this for a long time with trade ideas, with the setups and all, but yeah, it is, but 9 days, yeah. I mean, that would it takes a while. It takes a while to get back into trading, your head back into trading,
Absolutely.
and
Because you're like, you just, you lose your momentum. You lose your
you use
momentum.
your momentum exactly, and especially if you are, I know now you're more intraday trading probably than you used to be, and as opposed to swing trading. Swing trading, I suppose, it's not, it's not as well frantic,
Rigorous.
obviously.
It's not as
Yeah.
rigorous.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yes, to your comments, not only am I just day trading as of late, but you know, even worse, Barry, I'm scalping.
Mm. We can use the evil S word.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to start a group called Scalpers Anonymous. I'll put the word out when it's
Right.
time to join up.
So, in your opinion, what is your definition of scalping then in this case?
Well,
I mean, let me ask you.
let me
Let
just
me ask you
pull.
in a different
Okay,
way.
yeah,
Do you go into the trade thinking I'm going to scalp this, or does it turn into a scalp because you just don't like the way it's trading?
I go for as much momentum as I can get, and if it starts to, move against that, I'll shoot for a penny or two, right? But I'd like to make more, right?
Right.
And Ericsson, you see this nice little break here on the 5, and it's a highly liquid stock, right?
Billions of shares in the float, right, Erickson?
Right, right. So Ericsson's got a little over 3 billion in the float, right?
Hmm.
So what I do, I've kind of developed a hybrid system. Okay, if it looks good on the chart, or I think the bottom's in, or whatever you want to play, in this case, just a nice little tight range break,
Hmm.
then you can be in, well, a lot of shares, and that's going to vary for each individual, you know.
Right.
But knowing that you can get out for the bid, right, allows me the opportunity to get into 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 shares of Ericsson. And
Hmm.
as soon as I feel that first little momentum pop start to wane, I'll peel out of some of it, right? And of course, left a lot of money on the table overall because I was in and out this whole time. Now you look back in
Hmm.
retrospect and you're like, well, all you had to do was hold it. Um,
Yeah,
but
in retrospect, yeah.
it's more about being a specialist for a specific stock, getting to know how it works and how it trades. Like we've talked about in the past, stocks are kind of like people. They've all got their own little personality.
Yep. What's your personality?
Well, I'm like, well,
I don't want to
OCD.
put you on the spot. Don't put you on the
I need
spot.
action, Barry.
You
Um,
need action,
I need
yeah.
action. It's what gets it done for me. Of course, some people prefer swing trading. It's just that I find scalping and intraday trading more enjoyable. Of course, it
Hmm.
can make you pull your hair out too. You got to take the good with the bad.
Yep.
But and if it weren't for the zero com environment, this style of trading that I've embraced recently wouldn't be possible.
Oh, right. Especially if you're taking like five, six, 10,000 shares or something. Yeah, you couldn't do it. Well, you could, but yeah, you're gonna ding by commissions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you couldn't, say, oh, okay, I made a penny. You wouldn't be making a penny, if you had you didn't have zero commissions. You'd be probably it's at least 2 cents a share, right? Usually.
Well, I guess if you're on the prop side of the fence, these days, what's the going rate? 0.003, which is
Hmm.
30 cents a hundred, $3 a thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be cost prohibitive because you have to make at least 4/10 of a penny to make anything.
Right.
Well, in the zero com world, as long as you're up. Now,
You're
there is
up.
one little caveat: the SEC always gets their cut. You know,
Hmm.
but trading low dollar stocks, there's been days where I've traded over 100,000 shares and SEC fee is less than hovering right around 10 or 12 bucks. So,
Oh, that's nothing. Yeah.
yeah.
How many,
So,
on average, Jamie, when you're back into the swing of it, how many trades would you make a day? Just on average. I mean, I know every day is different, but I mean, what would you consider a normal day for you?
well, I'll see number of transactions on my trading app, number of fills, but I don't really pay any credence to that. At the end of the day, I just download the trade data and compile how many shares I've traded in a spreadsheet, right?
Hmm.
Like, yesterday, Monday was a little groggy. Tuesday, I think yesterday I traded like 90,000 shares to make a couple $100.
Okay. And so you don't, so you're not breaking it into, well, so I did 5 trades or 6 trades or 10 trades or anything like that. You don't think of it like that. It's just a number of shares.
I think the number of transactions I did yesterday was because I can see by the rows in the spreadsheet, when I'm summing the columns.
Hmm.
And I think yesterday, 297 transactions,
Oh,
I think.
wow. Are you kidding me?
No, no,
Well, zero commission. Okay, zero
yeah,
commission.
297
Oh
transactions
my goodness, Jamie, Jamie,
yesterday,
Jamie.
somewhere right around there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I only trade, even if I weren't moderating a room, before that, I was only really trading maybe 3 or 4 times a day. And I still kind of stick to that. Not for any specific reason, but I guess well, I'm not a scalper, so I'm not looking for a couple of pennies. So I'm not trying to get in and out really quickly. But yeah, I usually only trade maybe 4 or 5 different trades in the whole day. And I've always been kind of like that. But you're talking 290 different transactions. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, had I not had I not spent the last 2 weeks in the penalty box,
Hmm.
that number would probably have grown a lot. Like I said, it kind of killed my momentum and you get all out of
Yeah.
sync, because it's just a very different way of trading.
Yes.
Um,
You
the,
are a
the,
scalper. You are a scalper.
yes, yes, that's
There's
how,
no question. You are.
in essence, Barry, here's the deal. The zero com environment and being able to execute and get your fills immediately. And a lot of
Hmm.
times with price improvement, it's made a skill set viable again that wasn't viable for over 20 years. Really,
Right.
that's it in a nutshell.
Okay.
Now it ain't easy. You got to have that mentality and
Hmm.
whatever. But we'll see how it goes. I'm just dusting dusting the cobwebs off the past couple of days. A lot of money left on the table, but hopefully we'll get it back. We'll get back in sync.
I'll leave you with this one, okay? Keep an eye on Carvana, CVNA.
Yeah, I heard you talking about
Um,
that.
yeah, so I've got this. So I did trade it. I mean, I left a lot on the table too. I didn't quite trust what was happening, but
Hmm.
I do have a price alert of about 12.29, and you can see that's the high of the day, but plus the high of 3 days ago. And I think if it can take that out and get some Reddit group
Yeah,
all excited about it because of that short float percent again. And because when you look left, I mean, 1545 on the daily chart is the next high if it can
right.
take out those levels. So that's what I'm kind of focusing on for the rest of the day. So I just thought I'd throw that out to you.
Absolutely. Another little good mover this morning. And on things like spice, I will trade the ones that aren't real thick, but I'll just do really small share size and more of a traditional trade on
Right.
some of these race stocks because, for a while there I neglected my races and I would go back and look and I'm like, yeah, you know, you need to be flexible, find
Hmm.
your bigger liquid stocks and then, still engage the race stocks because just about every day without fail, you're going to find some good movers.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of good movers, look at the little red bar on the 15 anyway on the SPY. It's, so I'll leave you with that. Hopefully, it'll come back. You haven't crashed the market, Andy. Sorry, Jamie.
Oh yeah, look, these volume levels are pathetic and we're just butting up against that 10 period. So
Yeah.
I don't think we're in crashy mode just yet.
No,
Look how we're
no.
wedging up on this daily. Something's going to happen soon by the end of the week,
Well,
maybe.
well, every
Um,
day, I take a look at the major sectors. I do this in the pre-market, and other than consumer staples, every major sector is above the 200-day moving average, which is to me not indicative of a big bear market. I mean, it sounds like an obvious statement, but
yep.
but the only one, and consumer staples is just sort of hovering around it. But every other sector is above the 200-day moving average, and some are quite a bit above it. So yeah, I mean, I know people keep screaming bear market, bear market, bear market. It doesn't feel like that to me.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, we're just kind of right here. You know, things aren't so bad.
Yeah. Okay, Jamie, I will let you go. Dionysus has asked you a question, so I'll let you go. Are you good to go to one, or do you have a meeting or
Oh,
anything like
top of the
that?
hour's fine. Top of the
Top
hour's
of the
fine.
hour.
Sorry,
Okay.
Dionysus. Barry and I are sitting here gabbing. I'll answer your question in just a moment. Barry, you
Okay.
have a good break, and we'll see you back here later.
You will. Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Okay, doke. Thanks. Bye bye. Okay, hi everybody. Yeah, sorry, Barry and I got a little chatty there, but let me just find my pen here. I thought I opened it. There we go. Okay. So now back to the questions panel here. One moment. Let me just back up here and make sure. La 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 la. Hans saying he worked at Ericsson. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, so Dionysus, yeah, Barry may have said, or maybe you guys are aware, I haven't been in the chair for the past couple of weeks. Last week and the week before, had some family stuff uh, that I was dealing with. So 2 weeks out of the chair, kind of started dusting things off last Friday, getting back into it, and then here we are Monday and Tuesday. So yeah, it kind of killed my momentum, and I am doing a lot of scalping these days. Your question, how many shares did you trade? You were hearing me talk about yesterday. I think I did right about 80,000 shares, made about $250 yesterday, which is yeah okay, I'll take it. Um, so yeah, in the zero com environment, about 80,000 shares yesterday, a little over $200. Um, we always want to make more than that, obviously, but when you're in the scalping game, you just have to know when to put the brakes on. That is correct. That is correct. 80,000 shares for 250 bucks. May sound crazy to some people, um, but when you're playing the game that I am these days, it's just about being up against the market, right? When you don't have to pay any fees, the best way to term it is, remove the shackles, right? Shackles being commission. So, you know, if you're a high frequency person like myself, which I started off in the SOS days, back in those days, that's what it was all about. We still had to pay pretty juicy commissions though. But back then, who that random person is trying to call me. But back then, we had fractions. Okay, Hans, I see your question there. How many wins, losses, and break even on the 297? Just curious. Well, let me put it in these terms, Hans, and this is the way I've been tracking my progress. Um, I heard about this from a buddy of mine who I met, you guessed it, back in the old scalping days. One moment, please. Trying to cough in you guys' ears. Good buddy of mine that I still keep in contact with. I was always a good scalper, but he was a much better scalper, probably the best scalper I'd ever met. He calls me up back in November, says, "Well, have you been trading lately in the zero common environment?" To which I responded, "No, not really." And he's like, "Well, you might want to check it out." And this guy is just, he's been just destroying it. So, long story short, I funded my account at Thinkorswim, went, probably procrastinated till the end of November, started learning the platform. So really, I started in December, and throughout all the month of December and the entire month of January, I had one losing day, which just happened to be on December 1st because, well, I just jumped in headlong and was just saying, okay, I'm going to figure out what this is all about. So I did have one losing day in December, December 1st. But after that, uh, winning days the entire month of December and January, and then boom, I had my little hiatus. So, hope that makes sense. Yeah, Dionysus, that's not completely out of the question. Always happy to spread the gospel of scalping to people that are interested in it. Let's see, how about yesterday? Yesterday, this was a great little stock right here. DBD, Diebold. You can see this little area up here, consolidation. Fairly thick liquid stock yesterday. So had some nice little pops, and then a nice little puke at the end of the day as well. Of course, today did a lot of shares trading Ericsson today. It's always nice when a thicker one sets up like this. And hello, charts. Take your time now. So once again, a nice little break from Ericsson here. In the not so liquid department, we got things like Spice or Space. I always want to call it Spice for some reason. All right, my charts are acting so well today. And now, so not as liquid as I typically like, but a nice break nonetheless. So when I see these things, I just downgrade the share size, stick to the stop loss, which in this case would have been the prior 15 minutes if we got the break point right here. And not including the entry candle 5, 10, 15. So a decent risk to reward ratio here. 549, risking about 10 cents from 550 up to almost 580. So almost a 3R is what you're seeing here. Yeah, Iris, I think everybody is drawn to scalping. But let me tell you, it is a it's the most intensive type of trading that you can engage in, right? Um, what I typically like to say is if you were a good video gamer, right, back in the day, and of course, I kind of had the luxury of growing up before video games came out, so I got to see them come out, and I was pretty much a video game head all through my youth and even up until the past couple of years. Just haven't had the time for it lately. I still like it, um, but it's fast-paced action, right? I mean, sometimes a trade lasts seconds, right? So it is definitely not for everyone. Okay. Well, if you're scalping all day, well then, you know, it's really just about. I'm kind of going back to, as I was describing to Barry, a skill set that hasn't really been viable in a very long time is now viable again. But then it's also about stock selection, um, because it's real easy to, well, grind yourself up. And even though there are no commissions to overcome, you know, you're taking penny losses here and there, that also adds up. But for example, this is one of the stocks that I like to trade all the time. It's always going to be on my screen. I'm always going to be watching it. It's a small dollar stock. And really, check out this little doji type candle it's trying to put in. But when we came down here and put the brakes on, and we got the little 50 period on the 5 lining up here, once that wick was put in, I thought to myself, okay, going to watch this moving forward. This quite possibly could be the bottom, right? Of course, down here, there wasn't enough liquidity. Sometimes it takes a while. Sometimes it takes 15, 20, 30 minutes. You know, the bid and the offer will all be 100 shares. So that doesn't make me too comfortable. But when I start to see things firm up, then all of a sudden you see, okay, the bid's got 30,000 shares on it. The offer's got slightly less than that. The momentum's to the upside. Then that's when I'll start building a position, right? Basing my stop thinking that this is the low of the day. Now, today it was. They don't always act the same, right? Could have easily turned and blown through it and had plenty of room. Notice where we wicked out right at the top of this wick right here. So using a little bit of longer term tech to try to figure out where support and resistance is, and then feeling out the order flow, the momentum, where the print's going off. Are the prints going off at the offer? Or are they going off at the bid to the downside? But when you start trading these stocks, what you're going to notice is a lot of the prints will be going off in the middle, right? In the middle. So right now, VCSA is a buck 61. Not looking at a level 2 right now, so maybe it's a $1.60 bid, $1.61 offer. But if you're watching the time and sales, you're going to notice that the print's at the half penny. So that's another little caveat is when you're trading in a zero com environment with a retail firm, you're not hitting those direct access bids and offers as if you were a direct access trader using a direct access platform, right? You hit market buy, you're not reducing that size on the offer. They're filling you internally, shipping their order flow out to Citadel or whoever. Um, so that is one of the pluses, right? Let's say you see like this little stock right here, which I lost track of, but once again, this was a beautiful entry right here. I was not in this one, but it would have been great to be in it at 290, right? Um, so if you pull this up and you see, uh, the offers get ripped out. In the olden days, if there was one guy left on the offer at 100 shares, well, if you hit market buy, a lot of times you weren't even getting filled. He was just holding the market up. But in this zero com environment, if there's a guy holding it up at 100 shares and I hit market buy for 5,000, I'm getting filled there, and I might even get price improvement, right? Same goes for the exit too. You don't necessarily have to have, as long as that bid is there or that offer is there and you hit market buy or sell, you're going to get filled whether it's 100 shares, 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares. And a lot of the times you can, find a little arbitrage on some of these thicker things like Ericsson, you know, uh, 400,000 shares on the offer and the bid gets whittled down to 20,000 shares. Boom. It's all you can eat smorgasbord, assuming that it goes your way, right? So that's kind of the game that I'm playing. Roz, to your question there, do I scalp ETFs such as T triple Q? In certain circumstances, you know, um, I don't necessarily, they're not on my menu every day, but sometimes ETFs come through the races. And a lot of the times, if an ETF is coming through the races, it's got some good momentum to it, whether that be to the up or the downside. Um, so I'm not adverse to trading ETFs if they present themselves in a fashion that I'm comfortable with. BOIL is one that I'll trade here and there. And this is the natural gas ETF. I don't know why my dailies are loading up good, but my intradays are taking a while. So BOIL will actually move and set up nicely sometimes. I have not traded it today, but it is one of the ones that'll come through my races from time to time. So I'll trade them if they look good. Um, but the market ETFs, the triple inverse bulls and the triple bulls, I usually stay away from because that's just plain market direction. If you're going to do that, you might as well pick SPXS or the SPY. Roz, from my experience thus far, now everybody that uses Interactive Brokers seems to be extremely pleased with it. I've never traded through them. Barry loves them. Just about everybody that I talk to loves Interactive Brokers. But commissions, right? Now they do have a light version at IB that I don't really have exposure to, so I'm not sure how robust that one is. If anybody out there is using the light version of IB, you know, throw your comment out there. E-Trade, zero commission environment. um, Thinkorswim slash Ameritrade has got a pretty robust trading platform as well. Commission free. Of course, they got bought by Schwab, so apparently Schwab's going to be the king of trading right now because I believe even before the buyout, uh, Ameritrade was executing more than IB, E-Trade, and one of the other larger retailers combined. So Schwab now owns Thinkorswim and Ameritrade. I think there's still a little bit to go before that deal closes. As far as it's closed, but they haven't moved all the tech over yet. So Iris, back to your question there. What is your scalp selection? Um, I'll trade some of the same stocks every day. Like, we were all waiting on pins and needles on Monday for, let me just zoom in here a little bit. On Monday, which I believe was the 13th. Yeah. Okay. So Credit Suisse, everybody's waiting on pins and needles here because check out the low, $3. Everybody was waiting for that break, but guess what? It defended that area like crazy. So 13th, yep. This prior candle here. Going all, see it's dipped below 3, way back here. Couldn't hold. It retested it on Monday. And if that thing broke through 3 with some fervor, well, good chance it'd still be down there, but it didn't. They defended that level well. So sometimes Sometimes the big trade happens, sometimes it does not. But that's what we were all watching like a hawk on Monday. Never happened. And since then, CS is, given some good upside opportunity, as you can see from the past couple of days here. When I saw it spiking up here yesterday, I was like, what in the world? That's a nice little pop. But I mean, we're just kind of wedging up down here on the daily. And the reason a lot of scalpers like to trade Credit Suisse is it's very liquid and it is wrought with controversy. You've probably heard some of the stories about Credit Suisse and some of the shenanigans they're up to, which is more than likely why their stock is languishing down here at the $3 level. But there's always something, you know, there's always opportunity there. And CS, don't necessarily trade it every day, but I'll always have it up, in one of my level twos. And you can see real easy when all of a sudden, hey, there's 400,000 shares on the offer and only 50,000 shares on the bid. That's when you clue in and go, okay, if the bid starts getting hammered, I'm going to try to get a little piece here. And once that bid clears and becomes the offer, well, you're basically in it and could lean on that offer if you had to bail. So once again, there are some stocks that I will watch each and every day, but basically I'm looking for highly liquid stocks with above average volume. Now, I've created a couple of races. Um, well, these are my same old races that I've been watching for many, many months. And a lot of the times, those stocks will be liquid. Sometimes they're not. If the chart pattern looks really good, then I'll just scale down my shares and put a stop in and forget about it. But when it comes to the intraday scalping, the larger, more liquid stocks, I'm never using a stop loss because 9 times out of 10, they'll get it, right? So you just have to really sit there and manage your positions. And, you know, I really avoid stops altogether when I'm trading something with liquid momentum. Now, having said that, I have been using trailing stops. For example, if there's a seller in a stock and they're just hammering it really well uh, all day and not letting it breathe, not letting it bounce more than 2 pennies, a lot of the times I can put in a 3 cent trailing stop, 4 cent trailing stop, and it's going to make the exit a lot better than I could because more times than not, I'm getting out too soon. But that's okay when you're scalping. Um, you get out, it goes another 10 cents. You're like, oh, could have made another 10 cents. Well, the stock has to be acting correctly, right? You may have seen stocks like, let's see, I think, when you get a stock that does this, PLTR yesterday, when it breaks this level right here from yesterday, and look at that nice stair step action, and on some of these pullback candles, the high was 913, the low was 907. So like if you got nice and profitable in this and used an 8, 9 cent trailing stop, it could have kept you in for the whole move. Whereas I probably would have panicked out you know, at the first red candle, right? But the situation has to be right. A lot of the times you'll put them in thinking they're going to work and then bing, stopped out a little too early. Didn't really plan on having the scalping conversation today, but it just kind of spawned itself. Um, just keep in mind, if any of you do have questions about trade ideas, the product, or any of the functionality in there, just let me know. Be happy to go over it. Yeah, Brian, if you're experienced with options, that's good. The funny thing is, I know I know the mechanics of options. I've just never been a big options trader, but I see a lot of stuff on financial Twitter, people scalping options. So I can only assume that's probably even a more fast-paced game than scalping equities. And those things can get real spready and make big moves in short amounts of time. Um, so, you know, like I said, the past 2 weeks had to be out of the chair, kind of kill my momentum. There's been a lot of talk around trade ideas about, uh, if Barry is a day trader or could be considered a scalper at some moments, um, then there's talk and there's a plan right now of having a room for people who like to scalp. That's just the concept right now. Hopefully, we'll make some progress with that and potentially even come up with a new environment for people who are interested in scalping to gather in. Um, but there's a lot of planning that still needs to be done for something like that. Yeah, you can. Iris, let me. I think I might have. I can't remember if I modified this one. Where's my top list? Let's see here. So this one is kind of geared for what you just said there, Iris. Notice what I'm looking at here. Only stocks between 1 and 15 bucks. Relative volume's got to be 3. Average daily volume has to be a million shares a day over the past 5 days. Now, does that mean that everything that comes up here is going to be nice and liquid? Sometimes you'll pull these up and they're liquid, but they've got a 3, 4, 5 cent spread. I'm not saying I'm adverse to that, right? It's just I prefer the smallest spread possible most of the time. So this is going to be spitting out some nice liquid stocks, but each and every time you pull one up, you just have to kind of size it up and go, okay, is this my cup of tea? Is this my style? Is the level 2 oscillating like a buzzsaw? Because I don't really have an interest in those when it comes to scalping. They might be good for a smaller share size trade, going strictly off the chart where you just go, okay, here's my level, going to do, smaller shares, 2, 3, 4, 500 shares, and let the trade either work or get stopped out. But when it comes to the higher volume, larger position size, scalping out of 3, 6, 9, 10,000 shares, depending on the stock, definitely like to see that 1 penny spread. Now, when I'm doing this when I'm doing this session right here, I force myself to shut down my trading platform because that's the worst thing you could ever do is, oh, that looks good. I'm just gonna hold on, boom, boom, boom. The worst thing you can ever do is trade when you're distracted, whether you're in maybe you're in a meeting, maybe you're having a conversation with somebody. Let me tell you, 9 out of 10 times you're gonna do something and it's going to cost you. So that's why during this session, I shut my trading platform completely down. So I can't see the bids and the offers in the traditional form. But for example, I just pulled up FSR. I get a little snapshot here. 698 bid, 699 offer, right? So if we just scan through some of these, $1.86, $1.85, Irene, a little bit juicier of a spread. Current snapshot, 4 cents there. So, what I've kind of little system I've come to is I kind of know what my share maximums are on each and every stock. Stock XYZ, oh yeah, I can do 5, 10,000 shares of that one. But if it's stock ABC, yeah, that one's a little bit, more whippy. So maybe that's only 1,000 shares top tier. So this is the one that I modified for showing me more liquid stocks, right? And it's spitting out some good plays, assuming that you're just, that you're patient, right? Saber right now looks very interesting. Looks like the bottom is in, right? Let's consult the daily. Looking a little, crazy here, but look, we're matching up to this level of potential support. So right now in Saber, we've got a penny spread, right? It looks like a fairly liquid stock. It's already kicked out 13 million shares today, right? It's got rocking relative volume because we had earnings this morning. Obviously, the market doesn't like earnings, but there's potential here. It's either going to sit here all day or it's going to take another little venture down here. More than likely, the downside is out for the day. And who knows? This thing might get perky. Get in there and feel it out, see where the prints are going off. One thing's for certain, it's probably going to heat back up towards the close. And you got the 10 period here smashing it down on the 15-minute. Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right, so I'll post this race into the StreamYard chat, or which is actually YouTube chat as well. Let's call it Liquid Race. Okay, so that cloud link should be in there. Once again, it's just a very simple configuration. Relative volume has to be 3. Average daily volume over the past 5 days has to be 1 million or greater. I mean, what a beautiful setup from that pre-market range, right? On BZFD today. Nice flat pre-market area. First tick, what was the high on that guy? 170. And we opened up at 165. So as soon as that thing broke that pre-market range there, off to the races. And of course, this one over here, Dawn of the Dead. I can't remember if I modified this one as well, but let's take a peek. No, because this has specific range requirements in it. Now, a lot of the times though, when Dawn of the Dead stocks come to life, because they were the zombies that have been beaten down. And of course, this is an Andy Lindloff creation. All right, what's going on with my charts today? There we go. So BZFD, definitely a stock that had been beaten down, very zombie-like down these levels, and then boom, all of a sudden, it comes to life. Now, of course, you would have already had to be positioned to take advantage of, this, unless you traded this thing in these 2 crazy up days. But look, a lot more controlled action to the downside. Of course, BuzzFeed. I think I just puked in my mouth a little bit. Pardon me. 30 million shares in the float. So BuzzFeed's market cap is 265 million. That's generous in my opinion. And just kind of, going back to the whole scalping thing, if there's enough interest, which we will see, then perhaps a different type of environment could be created. We'll just have to see. What was the stock from earlier? CFRX was a little too spready for my taste. But there was one. I think it was BWV. But no, I think it was a pricier stock. Of course, you run into the problem sometimes on the short side of a beautiful setup accompanied with low spread and high liquidity, and it's just not shortable, right? And unfortunately, there's no cure for that. That just happens. It's part of the unbalanced market. IMUX, well, let's see. Kind of getting a lift after it popped this high over here. No earnings yet. Just looks like yesterday somebody took a stake in them. So doesn't really look like news. Looks just like a little breakout here. Of course, that wick kind of ruined the beauty of it, but still a breakout nonetheless as it sneaks up to this 20 period moving average on the daily. And we got the 10 period looming up here. So it might have a little spunk in it, but I don't think it's got too much room and don't really see any crazy news on it. Just got a little volume spike accompanying that move. And volume kind of light right now. Let's see. Wow. 45 minutes have evaporated pretty quickly. Can you do scalping with Holly AI? Well, sure. Holly is just like any other high quality information stream. Where is my... So for example, some of these stocks might be what you would call scalpable. Um, Uber at the current time has a penny spread. Of course, it can, it can move quickly, right? Um, so it's always possible that a scalpable stock comes through the AI, certainly. Holly not having a bad day today. 3 for 3, it appears. Oh, this CRDO, what a beautiful entry here at 11.10, all the way down to 10 bucks. Not bad. Not a bad entry here either. Had to sit a little bit of pain, right? But that's what we have stops for. And it looks like a little bottom fish here on Uber. But you can see right here, profit save on every one of these. So we're looking at conservative profit. Would have flatted, the AKAM and the Uber. But if you stuck to the stop loss, you were rewarded handsomely. So it just depends. I wouldn't count on the AI producing quote unquote scalpable stocks, but that's why the word scalping can mean a lot of different things. It just means, hey, you're in and out. You don't sit in your trades very long, or you can get even, you have intraday trading where you're back in cash at the end of every day. And then I would say a subcategory of intraday trading would be scalping, which is your complete momentum. You're hoping to be in the money immediately. Of course, sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes what you think is going to happen doesn't. And, uh, but the consolation there is, okay, I'm wrong. I can hopefully limit my loss to a penny. And sometimes, sometimes even better. A lot of the times, if a stock is behaving properly, and let's say it's a stock that you can be in 10,000 shares of, and if I'm building a position in something like, say, Ericsson, right, a highly liquid stock, I'm not just slamming into 10,000 shares immediately. Okay, I'm piecemealing in 500. Okay, where'd I get filled? Did I get filled at the offer or did I get the middle? Because you'd always rather get a little bit better of a price, right? So these things are typically so liquid. If you think the momentum is up, this thing's got 5, 6, 7 cents in it. If it goes, I'm piecemealing in, you know. And let's say you've accumulated 10,000 shares of, say, Ericsson, and you got price improvement on 10,000 shares. If you lose a penny on 10,000 shares, that's $100. But if you've gotten price improvement and you got a nice average cost, then there's always a bail button. And if it starts moving against you, those bids start getting hit, you can just hit the bail button for the full 10,000, lose $50 on a 10,000 share position. See, therein lies the allure to me, because when can you risk $50 on a 10,000 share position of anything, right? So some of the unintended consequences uh, of a zero comm environment actually are turning out to be beneficial if you know what to look for. Can you make the scalping as a trade strategy algo on trade ideas? I wish. I wish I could create a window that just produces the perfect scalping stocks. Unfortunately, you know, that doesn't translate into reality well. It's just like any other type of setup that you're looking for, right? What we hope the alert windows and the races and the top lists do for us are show us candidates. And then, for example, there are things that trade ideas can't look at that I'm looking at. Trade ideas can't go, oh, it's printing in the middle of the spread, or it's printing the offer, it's printing the bid. It can't tell me how the stock is acting. Only I can pull up the stock that was produced from one of my windows. And like PLTR has been a good little trader over the past couple of days, right? Now it's a little bit more whipsawy of a level 2 action than I'm typically accustomed to, but that's when you have to get in there and go, okay, the stock is going up, but as we all know, even if it's going up, you buy it, you might be out of the money instantly by 2 or 3 pennies. So therein lies another little layer of the skill set. Okay, this thing's going up, but the bid and the offer whipping around 3 cents like crazy. That's when you have to sit there and go, okay, okay, okay. It comes down to the 90, but they won't. The guy just keeps refreshing. He'll take everything at 90 that they're feeding him. So then that's when okay, I should probably take some here. Okay. And then bzz, 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 it's up 5 cents and it's back down to 90. So there's little nuances that these algos, you know, uh, I'm starting to be able to identify. I'm like, oh, I've seen this algo before. Okay. And so there are a lot of nuances into the scalping uh, way of playing the game. So amicable wings, I hope that kind of sheds a little bit of light. I'm still using trade ideas the same way I've always used it. I'm just hunting a different. If we use the hunting analogy, I've switched. I'm now hunting a different type of animal, but I'm still using trade ideas to find that animal and then see if the nuances are there that I'm looking for. Now, Iris, to your question, can you repeat how you do? Um, I use a simple number of pennies, right? If it's a 1 penny stock, and let's say stock XYZ is $10 bid, 10.01 offered, right? And I shorted it 10, and it moves down to 9.98, 9.99. So I'm in the money a penny hitting the offer, right? So it's 9.98 by 9.99, and I'm like, okay, I'm willing to risk a flat on this. So back to 10. So if the bid is 9.98 and I wanted to have to clear that whole offer and then print the next offer, I would use a 2 cent trailing stop. So it takes the bid. If the bid's 9.98 and I say use a 2 cent trailing stop, it adds 2 cents to the bid. That'd be 10. That means all the 9.99s would have to get blown out, and then it would have to print 10 to get me out. As the stock moves down, it adjusts the price. It's always going to be trailing stop 2 cents off the bid plus 2 cents. If you're uh, if you're long, it's going to be the opposite. And it's not for every trade. It's just that sometimes you can identify, they're pounding the bids. It might uptick a penny, but they slam it back down and start printing the bids. That means there's a real seller in there. In the old days, we used to use the offer stepping down was a good way to identify big market sells of people that wanted to get short. Um, but they mask it a lot more these days. But if you really pay attention and you're into that type of, watching that type of data, a lot of the times you can identify, okay, the seller's back, you know, things of that nature. No, Trade Ideas does not have level two. And amicable to your question, can you set up the trade defaults, limit, stop, and reentry parameters? Well, like for example, on my trading platform, uh, I just have a little sidebar button: market buy, market sell, join the bid, join the offer, cancel, flatten, or yeah, flatten. So market buy, market sell, join the bid, join the offer, cancel, and then flatten. That's all I use. And of course, if I can initiate a stop or a trailing stop if that's what I want to do. All right. This stock I will trade from time to time because when it does move, a lot of times it's fairly liquid as well. Let's see if we can find Bison from last Friday. This was an interesting one because you never can tell. Let's say it's a stock that you trade and a large offer shows up, an unusually large offer. Okay, so the 10th. Well, that might mean it's going to go down, or it might mean it's going to go up. Let's see. Yeah, this was the 10th. Yeah, it was Friday. Okay. Late in the day Friday. And I've created a top list that shows large offers, right? Now, most of the time you're going to see the same old usual suspects. They've always got big offers and they're usually SPACs and they're never going to do anything. Yeah, there's a big offer and there's only a few shares on the bid, but they're just never going to trade. So, I've kind of had to learn to, okay, ignore those. But for example, Friday, with less than an hour, there was only about 20 minutes left to the close right here on Bison Friday. Bison doesn't usually have big offers. It's like 50, 60, 70,000 shares. And I'm like, pulled it up. The bid was strong. There wasn't a whole lot of shares on the bid, but boy, whoever was buying was sucking it up. Like, let me do a little test here. So I buy the offer, even got price improvement, offer it back out, bing, do it again, bing, do it again, bing. I'm like, okay, if I can just immediately buy the offer and flat or make a little bit if I got price improvement, then when this offer starts getting pecked on, this thing's probably going to go, for a little ride. And sure enough, all you had to do was sit there and wait. Could have been in as many shares as you wanted to. And this thing went on a nice little 20-cent rip. Very liquid stock. All you had to do was hold on, right? And get out when you felt it was appropriate, right? So just because there's a big offer doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go down. You have to sit there and feel it out. In this case, it was a perfect opportunity to get long, pretty good amount and just take a nice 20-cent ride, which is a huge move in the scalping world. All right. Any questions? Got about 5 minutes left till the top of the hour.
I don't have a question, but I created a different category.
What is that?
Well, you said that there's day trading and then that scalping is a subcategory of day trading.
Right.
And I think Jamie trading is a sub of scalping. That
Well,
is, it's silliness. It's silliness. I know. But I don't know why that I was thinking of that when you were talking about that, but it's so true. Yeah. I mean, scalping is just a subcategory of day trading, but then maybe the way you do it, maybe that's even a subcategory.
yeah, it's just I mean, it's just living and dying by the ticks and the order flow, which, hasn't really been in vogue, Barry, because it wasn't really possible.
Hmm. Well, I'm interested in Akamai now. I'm not, this is outside of my price range that I like to trade, but AKAM, it is an AI alert. Not because it's an AI alert, but it's an earnings play and it was showing up on my scans as a weak earnings play. And it looks like after that little pop up to the 78.80 level, that might, it's not your style at all because the spread is not, it's, I guess, 4 cents. And plus, I'm looking at, you really, really do look at that, the order stacking up, right? I mean, and this is like 200 by 500. So that would not be of interest to you, I take it.
Right. And I don't, if the pattern's good, I don't discriminate. I'll just do the more traditional method and go, okay, how many shares? What's the risk? Okay, let's see if it works.
Hmm.
It's just on the quote unquote scalping activity. Yeah, you need to find the liquid stocks, and of course, some people don't mind 3 cent spreads. You just
Hmm.
adjust your size. It's all about adjusting size accordingly.
Yeah.
You're not going to do as many shares if it's got 3 cent spread as you would if it's got a penny spread. You know.
I was looking at one yesterday with Sky T's SKYT, and I loved it for the longest time. And but the spread was about 20 or 30 cents, so I just kept backing off. I kept hoping that maybe the spread would tighten. It never really did, and yet it tacked on $1.50. So
Well, yeah, I know
that
that's what
spread wouldn't have mattered.
I
But
know. I do the same thing. I'm like, well, so the spread tightens up to 3 pennies, and then you buy it, and then it just immediately widens back out. It's better just to go, okay, just put the trade on, do a because yesterday when you were talking about shorting AI, I
mhm,
was listening, and I set a
you're
price alert
flattered.
too, and it went off, and I just did a really small. I'm just like, just do it, just do a really small share amount, put the stop in, and get used to it. Get
Hmm.
used to that process, and then after you get used to that process, maybe you start out just doing 100 or even 50, just to make sure you're doing everything properly on a big spread stock. And that's kind of the other little algo subroutine that I'm trying to get myself used to, because like SPCE today, it's a nasty little stock.
Hmm.
But you do smaller shares and you take the ride, you're not going to sit there pulling your hair out. So it's all about adjusting on the fly depending on the characteristics of the stock. But all I
Look
can
at
tell
this.
you is I'm doing a lot more, penny spread stock trading than I am spready stock trading.
And so do you use the spread filter? I mean, to at least zero in at the time that it's a 1 cent spread?
No, because it can change too quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I've modified my races to say, okay, relative volume or my positive change from open race, um, 1 million shares a day over the past 5 days and relative volume of 3, right?
Hmm.
And it produces some pretty, like this PLTR has been all over the races the past couple of days,
Yeah, Palantir, yeah.
and it's
Take
it's
a look at
typically,
RDW, just as we're speaking. Take a look at RDW. Now, you can't chase it right now, but if it ever rested just a
oh
little bit, RDW, it just popped up. It's had but if you look left, and I'm sure you've heard me say that, but if you look left and look at the weekly chart, look at $4. Couple of candles up there. I mean, this has the look. If it can just hold here, I mean, not. I mean, look, it's going already. I mean,
yeah,
I can't chase this. I just cannot bring myself to chase this. But I was kind of hoping that it might stay right around that 323 level, which was the high on the week of 9/12. Okay. And
yeah.
I thought if it could ever stay there just for a bit and then start to move, because that weekly, $4 is the next level. And wow, I mean, and it's, low float, but it may not be your cup of tea again. I don't know. It may not be what you're looking at.
Oh, well, sometimes even though they're extended, if there's tons of shares on the like Ericsson today, once it got extended,
Hmm.
you could still sit there and scalp it for pennies if the book looked right, right?
Right.
Um, which it's kind of rare because a lot of the times these big ones like Ericsson, it's not like they whittle it down orderly and then go, oh, I'll get the last 2,000 shares or whatever. You know, a
Right.
lot of the times you're thinking it's going to move, you got to go early because all of a sudden, let's say it's 5 by 501, and you're thinking about buying it before you can even push the button. It's 501 bid, 502 offer, and then you see all the prints. Somebody swiped it.
Right.
Um, so there's a lot of little nuances in there um,
Hmm.
that you have to get used to. But yeah, this
So,
RDW's got a date with that 50 period on the weekly right here coming up.
so you must use Brokerage Plus then, right? Because how else do you, or some way, how else do you manage if you're in so many trades at the same time? And you must be putting what stops in immediately?
Oh no, I'm rarely in more than two positions at a time right now.
Oh, really? But
Yeah.
how are you able to do 200 transactions in the day if you're only in two positions
Well, two positions at
at the time?
once.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't, a position might last 5 seconds, Barry.
Okay, okay, okay. You're literally okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you can find little arbitrage situations from time to time,
Hmm.
where you're just like ding, 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 and then it's over. Um,
Right.
but yeah, I know it sounds crazy. Um, and like I said, had I not had to sit out the past 2 weeks, that number was just consistently going up. You know,
Right.
so we'll see. We'll see. Now that I'm back in and shaking the cobwebs off, I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I won't be trade. I don't have a zero. I still have IB and E-Trade. I don't even think E-Trade is available in Canada. Number one, and
Well,
number two, IB Light is not available in Canada.
Well,
So,
Canada won't. Canada has banned commission-free trading because
mhm,
they got a payment for order flow issue, right?
right.
Yeah, I just remember
So I
Michael
guess
talking
that's,
about that as well.
yeah.
But you do have other advantages, like you're not subject to the pattern day trading rule, so
That's right.
you
That's
know,
right. Which is
take the
really,
good with
really
the bad.
strange to
Hmm.
me.
Yeah.
Because we're usually very conservative up here in our banking and all that, and that to me just is a very conservative thing to do to have that PDT rule, and yet we don't have it up here. Yeah,
Well,
very interesting.
I think your regulators saw through the BS because over here, there used to not be one
Hmm.
until the craze of the early late 90s, early 2000s. And then, even they say, "Oh, we're going to protect you guys. You can't trade."
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, whatever. It's an anti-competitive mechanism
Hmm.
masquerading as they're protecting you. Because just think about it. What if all of a sudden there was no PDT rule? You'd have thousands of people coming off the bench, putting 5, 10 grand in an account and going to town. Do you think the guys that run the markets want all that competition?
And plus
No.
taking out trade idea subscriptions. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
right.
yeah. Uh-huh.
You're right.
Things would be too good. But
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
they gotta protect us, Barry.
Okay, my friend. Well, I'm glad to really see you and hear you back. That's wonderful. So,
Well, it's good to be back,
um,
my friend.
yeah, I'll take over the stream now.
All righty, sir. Well, good to break the ice and get back in here, and hope everybody enjoyed my banter and don't think I'm too crazy. And we'll see you next time, Barry.
Okay, Jamie. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, guys. Just let me get the other two rooms up and running. All right, I am now back, and we were looking at this RDW. My goodness, I just couldn't take it because it just was. There was no entry for me, just way, way too explosive. But if you're in this one, if you were fortunate enough to get into this RDW, just look left on that weekly chart, and $4 are the next highs on the weekly chart. There's a couple of candles, 398. I think they're both at 398. Yeah, 398. So I would be really, if you were lucky enough to get in that one a little bit earlier, and now you're hanging on, man, what a run. And that's another, it's a low float, 19 million. It's not crazy low. And I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for this one, RDW. The answer for me is no. I don't see any news. I don't see any news on this one. It was you didn't see this. This was not active in the pre-market at all. And it wasn't until 11:15 when it got going. Now, even man, I didn't even see this. Well, I was on my break. I mean that's my excuse. Even if here it is on the 10-day daily breakout at 299, okay? Even then, taking it then, it's 50 cents or so on a $2 stock, $2 to $3 stock. That is, just a great percentage move. How did Herbalife do? 1966. Wow. I mean, look at that. 1966, 2037. Let's take a look at BHC, 835, got up to 868. I don't think so. Obviously those three were awesome. Again, these are just ideas, okay? Don't like, you can be critical of any scan we put together, okay? But these are just ideas. They don't all work. But sometimes, you get an alert and you say, well, I don't like it for a number of reasons. OCUL, I mean, modestly working from 638 up to 650. We know this worked for a while. NRDS, 1674, 1809. Palantir. Now it had a pullback, but I know it got over 10. So 960, $10. CRK, I think that cratered almost immediately. Yeah, but you know what? Later on, if this comes back to 1324, I'm sticking an alert there and see if it does it. So a little bit underneath. And then B2U at the beginning, $30, and it got up to 31.23. So the only one that didn't work, quite frankly, is the CRK. And when I say didn't work, I mean, it did. I don't think it got over 1324. Yeah, I mean, it got to 1327. I don't count that working. So if all you did was look at these, for my 10-day daily breakout, which is, a very finite number of stocks. Now on the breakdowns, Sabre, not bad, 560. It got down to 537. I don't think this one worked. Bimble, 2166. No, not really. Cordo, 1024. I mean, it got down to 10, but I wouldn't have taken it there. It was already too extended on the way down. And Glad, GLDD. Let's take a look at Glad. Yeah, so right now I can tell that the 10-day daily breakdowns did not work nearly as well as the breakouts. Which, if you've been in the room for a few months, you know that this one, somebody asked me a long time ago if we could only have one scan, this would have been the one, last year, because we had so many excellent 10-day daily breakdowns. Hardly any, and anytime I would get a 10-day daily breakout, I would just ignore it. This has turned around dramatically in the last, I don't know, month and a half, even 2 months, where the 10-day daily breakouts have been really awesome. What's the market doing? So the Dow's still down, Nas is still barely up, and the SPY is barely down. Keep looking at this Akamai, to see if I want to. I know it's way outside the price range I like, but to see if I want to short this one. It's just trying to. I mean, it's an earnings play. Got all the way down to 78.24. There's the VWAP. It's underneath the VWAP, quite a bit under. Give me a moment, guys. No, 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 no. Just give me a moment, guys. AKM. I really was hoping it would. 1 minute chart. Funny man. All right, I'm just going to leave AKAM alone. I don't like the way it's kind of bouncing up. The only thing I might look at is if it gets close to that VWAP and gets completely rejected. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just conversing. Is this really not doing anything? Roblox, Roblox, RBLX? Is this a kind of resting here? Resting here? Yeah, it really is. Just hugging that VWAP, guys. Look at the VWAP, hugging it. 43 of 97. Ooh, this is a teasing one still, the Akamai, AKAM. Boy, what a move. This is not shortable. Oh, it is shortable for me. RDW is shortable for me, actually. Ooh, I missed this. I didn't, for some reason, I didn't think it would be shortable. RDW is shortable. I'd love to see it get closer to four. If it gets closer to four, you got to take a look at this because these two weekly charts or weekly candles, this could give us, if it gets close to four and then gets rejected a bit, because remember, it's gone from 250 to 350 on really no news that I can see. I'm just too late, though. I'm just too late, I think. Brian selling Herbalife in the 90s. Wow. Well, guys, remember Sera, okay? SERA. Just keep an eye on it. If you haven't put a price alert, do it. Put a price alert around $2 and just see. I mean, I have no idea if it's going to take it out, but I mean, look at the volume, 43 million, 11 million in the float. It's traded the float not quite four times. So certainly super active, but we need we need more volume. Whoa, DGLY. Look at this thing move now, guys. Not an earnings play, I don't believe. Trading higher after the company said it no longer wishes to conduct a public offering. Oh, I see. Okay, so they had the threat of the the threat of a financing. I don't know when they announced that. Might have been here. Might have been here. I don't know when they announced that. So everybody fleeing, 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 fleeing. Oh, we're not going to do it now. Herbalife is one of the great mysteries of the world. Has anyone ever seen or bought their product in the past 10 years? Yeah, I remember when it was a big deal. What was the other guys? The other ones, can't remember my memory starts with R. Was it? I don't know if they're. I don't think they're still around. Amway, not R. Amway. Well, I hit the post. Amway. Is Amway still around? They were the kings. Yeah, take that's right. The Icon versus Ackman. ICANN versus Ackman. Didn't one of them have what was the other one? New Skin and NUS? Wasn't that sort of the fight too? New Skin NUS? I don't know if they're still trade is it? Yeah, New Skin. Wasn't that kind of I think New Skin was always seemed to be always linked with Herbalife. If Herbalife went up, New Skin went up, and vice versa. Still around. All I remember is was it I don't even know how to pronounce Banaka or something like that. A little spray in your mouth. Definitely going trip down memory lane on that one. Well, this FSLY guy is definitely still interesting. I mean, the next high looking left, I think it's around 1442, so a little bit of room. But boy, you can see if it can take out all that. Look at the room it's got up to 20, up to about 19. I'm not saying it's getting there. No, New Skin was not on my scan today. No, this is going back years when New Skin NUS. Yeah, the volume is too low for New Skin NUS 171,000. It would not appear on any scan of mine. But that's going back many, many, many years when New Skin and Herbalife used to almost always trade in tandem. And New Skin is an earnings play. I see. It's actually it's an earnings play after hours today. As you know, I don't trade earnings. I don't anticipate what it's going to be. In other words, I'm not going to take this just before the market closes and then hold on for dear life in case earnings are good or bad. All right, guys, Carvana, CVNA may be getting rolling again. CVNA may be getting rolling again. You know, just give me a moment, guys. Something is screwing up in my. Okay, good. Well, Brian, if you, and I'm assuming that you are, yeah, we talk about time spreads. I guess you're talking options. Yeah, I mean, if you can find look at Carvana, guys. If you can find an edge. All right, what time is it? 1:30. Okay. I've already done my videos, so I don't have to leave at all. And there are no marketing meetings today, so you've got me until 3:20 anyway. Another couple of hours. No, guys, I mean, I'm holding out on the CVNA. I'm not taking it unless it breaks out, okay? Taking it until it breaks out. That 12, actually, I gotta hit another alert, 12:20 or so, 12:16. I want to know about it. Because the big attraction is last week. A moment here as I size this a little better. Oops, come on. Yeah, so there's your attraction. So I mean, last week this stock got up to 1677, but even on the daily, 1540. So there's the attraction to this. If it can take out these highs right there, today's high and the 3 day ago high. I'm not getting too many new alerts, guys. One reason I've got my sound icon off. Okay. Rookie mistake. I was going to contact support. Oof, this is so ugly. Look at this 15-minute chart for BuzzFeed, BZFD. Look at these topping tails, some bottoming tails, just direction unknown. But can the 200-day move, can the VWAP hold it at 201? What sort of chart problems? Like slow loading or what sort of chart programs are you or problems are you talking about? Or not loading at all? Hmm. Um, and are you getting alerts? Are you getting everything else? So you're saying everything else is good. Maybe just, try to do an account reset. Okay. Reset the connection. That seems to work for charts and the single stock window for me. Just let me know if that worked. Palantir, let's take a look at Palantir. If it hits 10, you mean if it pulls back to 10 or takes it out? Oh, I see. Yeah. Let's take a look again on that weekly chart. So 1010, got to take out 1010. What did it do today? Got up to look. I mean, look where it got to 1010. So that's the next high looking left 1010. After that 1040. So it would have to take out for me anyway 1010. Now that doesn't give us a lot of room, 1044. If it can somehow get through that though, 1160. So, but 1010 would be. So I'll stick an alert there. Amazing how that works though, isn't it? I mean, it's right to the penny. 1010, the high today, and 1010, the high of the week in August. What was that stock that said they're not doing the financing? I can't remember now, BB. Was it? I think it was. It might have been DGLY. I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it was DGLY. Digital Ally. Yeah, it definitely was. Definitely was. Ooh, 65 in Chili Philly. Good. I don't know why I said Chili Philly, but a rapid conversion for me. It's about 19C. Boy, there's nothing. Let's take a look at Asta, AZTA. That is from Zach Scan too. Well, I don't know how easy that would have been to get. Only William can tell me. AZTA, the alert was at 4581. I'm just not seeing like the flyers, like the AI and the FSLY and the Carvana, CVNA. They're just really not moving too much that I can see. But 1:30. Let's see what happens around 2 o'clock. All right, let's see if this is I'm going to stall at 3 ARQQ for a potential short. It stalled, looked like it tried to stall at 3. The next high looking left is 291 and then 319. So ARQQ. We're all over the place, Brian. I mean, the majority, I'm in Canada. I'm in Vancouver, and the majority of people who work at Trade Ideas are in the San Diego area. But we've got people all over the US working. That's all remote. We've got people in New York. We've got people in one of the Carolinas. People in Texas. We've got people in Georgia. So we were working remote before remote remote working became fashionable. Hmm. Well, this ARQQ is not moving at all. What's its volume like? Yeah, that's pretty good volume. 1.25 million. Okay, I'm taking a short of this one, ARQQ 290, and if it gets back up to the high, I'm out. So it'll be a quick one if it happens. I'm looking down, down here, 275, 270, potentially that's where or right to the VWAP, 274. So we'll see what happens. I'm really only looking for about a dime on this thing, if I can get a dime. Irene. Yeah, wow, what a great 2 day run. Had a big topping tail yesterday, so there was a sell-off, but IREN, it was an earnings, actually it's an earnings play after hours today, yeah. February 15th post market. So some bets are being placed, guys, that it's going to be good earnings or at least a good reaction. You can see what's happening the last 3 days. People know that it's going to have earnings after hours today. Rebooted and all is fine. I was going to say that was the last resort because I know it's a bit of a pain because then you lose all your original alerts and all that. Pega, guys. Pega's hitting my momentum scanner. Pega, PEGA. Wow, look at this. Probably an earnings play. Come after hours. Another one. Bets being placed. Right now. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying these people are going to, whoever's in this right now is going to hold through earnings, but it's through the 200-day moving average now. And anybody who's holding though is thinking, okay, we're going to take a chance that earnings are going to be good. RDW trying again over 350. What is it at now? Yeah, 350 is really key in my opinion. What did it get up to? Got up to 352. 350 is key for me anyway. Stocks under $5. I find that the 50-cent level can be tough to break, like the whole number can be on virtually every other stock. All right, I'm taking myself out of this arc. Well, okay, not quite yet. ARQQ, not quite yet. It's just not trading. I'm just looking to see what it does right at the high. I mean, I'm at 290, so I'm not. It's not going to be a big deal. You see what I'm looking at here? Time and sales. Well, now it's starting. Okay, I'm out. I'm out, guys. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Boy, this RBLX, guys, after the tremendous run it had, is just not doing much. Just hanging around that VWAP. Earnings play, huge move in the pre-market. Market open, even a nice move on that first 15 minute. But after that, it's going to flatten right out. BHC is just making another new high here, guys. But look left, 882 and 872. So it could stall right around here. Could. All-time high. Skyline Champion Core, SKY, all-time high now. Nice break out of here, but it's an all-time high. Okay, Iran actually just showed up in my 10-day daily breakout, but let's take a look left. And the alert was at 344. All right, ARQQ is getting interesting to me again. If it gets into, say, the 280, no, that's right, 287. Even then, I think that there could be some support around 275. So it wouldn't be enough for me. Berry, okay, that was the trade of the week, wasn't it? BERY, wasn't that the trade of the week? Yeah, that was the trade of the week. So it is still, yeah, I mean, we are now Wednesday, right? So yeah, so it's definitely above the trigger. I can't remember what the trigger was. Any crypto? Would you mean any? You mean like Mara and Riot and all that? Oh, you're saying any crypto is starting to move. I think that's what you meant, right, Rudy? Okay. Yeah, well, let's take a look at Bitcoin, BITO. Take a look at the ETF for Bitcoin. It's the one I look at. Yeah, moving. Held the 200-day moving average, the downward 200-day moving average, held it a couple of days ago. Oh, look at this market. Look at this market move here, guys. Other than that little red bar there, which is pretty narrow. We'll call that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost an hour and a half. This has another 6 minutes to close. Almost an hour and a half straight up. We've got to be positive. Still, the Dow is still a little bit negative. Ah, man, lost sight of this one. LTHM, guys, is an earnings play. It was actually negative. There's the pre-market. It was actually negative. It got positive right about here, around 25.35, and it's just run from there. Kind of. I mean, again, difficult. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. So, but held the VWAP. Look at the VWAP, that purple line right there. Held the VWAP once it got up to that area. But coming right into the 200-day moving average, 2683. So it's right there. 2687. It's right there. Excuse me. Well, SI's got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 2183, but after that, the next high is 2471. So, it's had a great couple of days. Great couple of days. Brian, yeah, I don't trade the SPY at all. I have the SPY up here just so I know what the market direction is. Okay, that's the only reason I don't trade the SPY at all. So when I get into a trade, I want to contemplate getting into a trade. I want to check to see what the market's doing. That's the only reason I use it. I mean, is it too extended? I mean, I would say if this were, never mind the SPY, any other chart, I'd say yes, because I mean, got all these multiple 15-minute charts in a row up without any sort of a pullback. So, but I don't trade the SPY. Yeah, I like this HCP is kind of interesting. The next high is 35.51, and then after that it is 37.31. Um, hmm, got one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not an ETF player at all. I like individual stocks. I like the ones, obviously the ones that are, volatile, well, volatile, abnormal activity. And then looking left to see what sort of room does the stock have to keep going before it hits the next high. And you look at this one, PAGS. I mean, again, the next high is 1010. 1010 after that, it is 1075. I mean, if PAGS can get running again, I mean, to get to 1010 wouldn't be terrible. No, I don't know what's going to do that. Held the VWAP. Oh man, so this one, okay. Okay, guys, RDW taking out 350. You got RDW and we have Irene, IREN, also on the move here. Both of them, RDW and Irene. Oh, okay. So if you took RDW again, big area is $4. Right here, look left on that weekly chart, you can just see it. Doesn't mean it's going to not get through this $4, but that just looks like a lot of resistance right here. So if you were able to take it on that 350 break, and just be aware of that level right up here around $4. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, I'm munching on something, but CVNA, CVNA, CVNA. I think it just took out, or it's over 12 again. It was anyway. Just keep an eye on it. All right, CVNA, CVNA, can it do it? Can it take, my first alert is at 12:17. That's sort of a pre-alert. See if it gets up there. And then the big alert will be at 12:29. That doesn't mean I take the trade if it hits 12:29, but I certainly want to know about it. I want to see if it can sustain that, because I don't mind giving away even 10 cents. 1540 is the next high. So, if I want to get a little bit of confirmation, even if it takes out that 1229 area. Then we have a halt. Okay, so this must be a SPAC, right? LFAC. It is a SPAC. Hmm. I may be hung up. Uh-oh, I am hung up, guys. Nope, not yet. Do a reset. Okay. Phew. And again, always on this development version, and so I'm kind of the guinea pig for anything that could go wrong. Yeah, Irene was right near that 200-day, wasn't it? Last time I looked, it was just peeking at it. Yeah, right there, right there. So that could easily stall it. 364, 364, it could stall it. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, challenging it again, IREN, challenging it again. Excuse me. 364. I'd be really surprised if it tore through this because if you look left, there is, little pockets of resistance anyway on the weekly chart. And that is a big, big 3-day move. Earnings after hours. But again, famous last words. I mean, this may just go right through that 200-day. SBGI. I don't know if I've seen this one today. SBGI. SBGI. Boy, look at this communication stock, Sinclair Broadcast Group. Look at this downturn and all of a sudden today, bottom fishing maybe taking place. Don't like it though. I just don't, I mean, I look at that 200-day, it's not that far away, but I had to click on it because I had the alert. Keep an eye on the, keep an eye on this SERA, out of nowhere, we might get some volume poking it through two and it could have a run, end of day run, could have an end of day run. Ah, now there's the Palantir, PLTR, at that level again, the 1010 level that it got stuck at. Is that why? Okay, thank you, William. Wow, Irene, guys, still hanging around that 200-day. Boy, Pega on the move here, guys. Earnings after hours. PEGA after hours earnings play, and 43 still has some room through the 200-day. Has a little bit of room to, well, a lot of room. Well, some room. About $1 till the next high. Ooh, Carvana, CRV, sorry, CVNA getting closer. Okay, there's the first alert that I set for CVNA. It's underneath. The change symbol box was underneath. So Carvana, so first alert just to let me know it's getting closer to where I want it to be, which is at that 1229 mark. Another cheapo, SVRA. Ooh, you're out of the RDW? I mean, this will be wild if it takes out 4. Low float, 19 million in the float, so it is a low float. Back it up a bit, and let's take a look to see where it could go if it somehow takes out 4. I mean, I just really doubt it, but hey, if it does, next high is 469 on that weekly chart. What a move. I mean, you could have, 351 would have been a decent entry, for RDW. And again, this showed up right there, 299 at 1206. Look at this JMIA, excuse me. Next high, though, unfortunately, is, in my opinion, too close, 431. Ugh, ugly. MYNZ? Forget it. SI guys over 22. Can't remember what sort of resistance there was near term. SI. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, the next high looking left is 24.71 for SI. Ah, FSLY. I may have to dump it. Every time it looks like it might make a little bit of a move, it is not doing it. Basically, where I'm in at, where I bought it, 14.12. Really interested in the Carvana if it kicks out that 12.29 area. Well, remember FUSN at the beginning of the day looked pretty awesome. It looked like it was going to just keep ripping. Not even close. I'm just going through my top list right now, guys, and kind of eliminating. I should have done this last night, but I was Valentining it last night, so little dinner out. So I didn't have the time to go through my top list like or my watch list like I should have. So this gives me the opportunity just to take a look. So as Yadi said, or I explained to Yadi earlier, I just go and check the charts. If I don't like it anymore, then I just unheart it and that's it. I can't know if I want to get rid of anything until I see the chart. Look at these late day runners. I mean, Pega, RDW, IREN. Hopefully, hopefully FSLY, but RDW is up because, are you serious, Captain? Because of a TikTok video? Or are you kidding? I don't see. Usually, something like that, I'll usually see something like traders circulating, but I don't know if you're kidding or not. A TikTok video regarding RDW. Whatever the reason, that's an amazing move, guys. I mean, 250 to 4, big percentage move, and it was sleepy. You had no idea. We had no idea this was going to happen. 11 o'clock is when it started, Eastern time, of course. Guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Look at that. Look at SI. I'm not in this one, but look at it go, guys. Look at that move. 2146 to 2234 in about 30 minutes. Again, the next high looking left. I think the value of news, though, for me, It's just whether or not I think, you're right. I mean, a lot of times you'll see the stock jumping on a chart, and you kind of think, well, there's got to be some news. Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's just a group that's got a hold of it, and that's it. But for me, the news is all about, okay, once it sort of stops, maybe moving higher or maybe a little pullback, is this the sort of news you think could sustain another move? That's all. That's all it is for me. Especially if it's some kind of a price target put on a stock, for somebody like well, Wedbush as an example. That's all it is for me. Well, I had the littlest scalp I could have had in FSLY, and I was holding out for maybe getting into the 1430s, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. So I'm bailing now. It gives context to the move. That is very eloquently put, Shady. Yeah. Hmm. Well, CVNA. See, I just wait. Didn't happen. So don't try to anticipate this move. CVNA did not anticipate it was going to break out. Okay, boys, I'm just realizing now you guys are posting in the specific stocks instead of general market talk. Okay. Remember, this is just for specific stocks here. So another one like Digital Ally, DGLY, saying they're not going to do a financing. And it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. That was pretty timely news right here. Interactive Brokers seeking to withdraw. It was right at 1435. Oh, Bill, no idea. No idea. It's going to take a while, I think. There's a lot of I don't want to say bugs, but there's a lot of stuff that has to be done to those charts before they're ready for unveiling. I won't even use them right now. But the other traders are testing them during the day. I mean, I could try. Let's see. I'll just do this one. See if it It's just that it was the first time I ever tried, it froze my system. So, and they're not going to look that different. It's just that they're going to be down the road. Yeah. So look at this. Didn't even load. Now I'm hung up. Yeah. See, look what you made me do, Bill. Yeah, I'm completely hung up. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, give it a little bit of time. But something's, yeah, I mean, there's something wrong. Oh yeah, yeah. So I can't do this. Hopefully I can get back to the. I can't get back to the normal chart. I can exit it, I guess, but no, I am hung up. I am hung up. Okay, well, at least I could do that. Meanwhile, TNON just came out of its halt. Came out of its halt and just ripping here. So I mean, it is. I call that fairly timely news to know why it's happening. Oh, geez, just give me a moment here, guy. Wow, that is. Wow. Well, that's okay. We're here to help. Yeah, I'll just continue. Let's see if I can get back without having to. Come on, let me get out of here. Use browser interface? No way. Okay. I know I'm talking to myself, but All right, I'm eyeballing this AI right here, guys. I just love the fact that it's got more than $2 to the next high. All right, here's a probably a real cheap one here. This is starting to this just showed up. OESX, oh, really cheap. Okay, guys, I'm really I'm trying to figure out if I'm interested in this one. Just don't have the volume yet for OESX. Well, this won't even load in my single stock window. Is this a kind of a weird one or something? Oh, these are late day breakers, guys. Look at CLBT, CLBT. I mean, this is this right? This didn't do any after hours trading nor pre or is something really messed up now with my. Okay. What's NRDS doing now after that tremendous run earlier? NRDS? Still looking good, guys. It's still kind of looking good. I mean, there's almost at the high now. 1807 was the high of the day. This could have that little late day run. Yeah, I mean, listen, for something that is basically included, I mean, it may not be the latest breaking, but I mean, well, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? They pick up a lot of the stuff from Benzinga, and that was the news about that Tenon withdrawing their financing. And this could open here. This is the halt for TNON. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt at 192. There is the potential open. But look where it got halted the first time, 158, and it got up to 192 before it got halted again. So I mean, you guys, I mean, you could have taken this trade before the halt. I think that news was kind of being actually posted right in the room. All right, let's take a look at Palantir from Shady. He says he's short this one right now. Short underneath that high, I guess, or 1016, I think you said. Yeah, Monday's a holiday. Yes, it is a holiday, President's Day, and even in Canada, at least certain states or certain states, certain provinces. It's no, in BC, my province, it's a holiday. So yeah, that doesn't happen that often. That we get same holidays. It's not the same holiday, obviously. It's not President's Day in Canada, but it's something called Family Day or. Okay, it just opened. TNON just opened. I mean, there's room in theory to about 230. In theory, I think it's getting there, of course. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I don't know if it's all of Canada. It's one of those weird holidays. I think it's called Family Day. I don't know if every single province does it. Quebec probably doesn't, but I get the day off. So my wife's always not upset, but our holidays don't usually concur. Concur? Not the same day. OIIM. What a day this has had. Is this not an earnings play? Wiping all this out now. Oh, CPSI, look at this one on the move here, guys. Out of this consolidation, CPSI, something, some little bit of volume pushed it up. Not much, not much. This could be one of those false breakouts on that volume. Let's see, had earnings. So this is actually an earnings play. It had earnings after hours yesterday, hardly any reaction. The market, look at this though. I mean, it was way down here at 25.81 and rallied and rallied and rallied. Yeah, not very much volume either. Boy, I mean, that look at the volume, 192,000 shares. It's an earnings play. You would have thought that there'd be a lot more enthusiasm, but hardly any. I mean, it's trading 6 times normal, but can't really get too excited about that. HYPR, okay, Stuart in our YouTube room, HYPR. This was an AI play. Yeah, I mean, well, guys, I can't tell you how much dollars I've saved by not trying to anticipate a trade. So again, here's the CVNA. I mean, it may happen later, but I was holding out for that 12.29 for hours. It just didn't happen. I didn't say, you know what? I think it's going to happen. I'm going to take the trade now. The Snake of Cleopatra, ASPS. Here we go, ASPS. So what? 554, 554, 554. Two highs right there. And then if it can break through that, maybe tomorrow, 689. So I will heart this one and see if it takes out that area tomorrow. Maybe it takes it out today. Well, it didn't come easy, Jamie. It was after doing it many, 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 many times, trying to outsmart myself. And then I realized, you know what? Just let the trade come to you. And if it doesn't come, and you're not in a trade right now, don't get so anxious that you have to be in a trade. I mean, that was the big lesson I learned probably about trading. Just have a lot of patience. And some days, present more opportunities than others. It's that simple. Look at this. I still can't get over this RBLX after the huge run. It just kind of doing nothing now. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage, and then I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll keep the room open till about 3:20. So certainly ask questions if you have any. Don't be shy. Is that oh boy because it went up or oh boy because it went down? TNON. Ooh, yeah, oh boy is right. It had a big pop up there. Came right back down, but it did have a pop up there. Hmm. Well, where did it get to? Look at where it got to. Got right to that little area that I thought may stall. All that, you just look at the daily chart. 229, 231, 235, 228, all this area right there. Really tough to get through. No, we don't do futures at all. Just stocks, Yeti. Just stocks. No futures, no forex, no crypto, just stocks. Yeah, there's just nobody showing up though, so I'll keep it open because it really doesn't it's not a big tax, I don't think, on the resources. Talking about our Discord room. All right, guys. So I did put my homepage link in, and let's take a look at what is presented to you. So this promo code is still valid. I have no idea if it'll be valid tomorrow. So again, if you want 25% off the first month only or the entire year, you can still use this VDay 25. And if you, of course, take out a subscription, please do the get started. If you're brand new to trade ideas, or not to trade ideas, to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this course together. It's a great free resource for you. My Stock of the Day video that I do, you can sign up for it right there. Trade of the Week, you can sign up for that. It is free also. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, big education section is here. They have a great user guide. And my scans. Here are my scans, the ones that I'm sharing right now. Pre-market actives up and down. Give me a moment here. Pre-market actives up and down. There are the two races that you see. You can see the 10-day daily breakout, which is really produced over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, month. But I do have other scans you might want to take a look at. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you do use my homepage link, and then you can use that promo code that you see. I get some credit. The room gets credit. It's a free room, and that's so obviously every now and then I have to market the product. Shoot! I was going to try to scalp this TNON, and I missed my entry. I was doing. That's what I was sort of being silent for a second. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute now. Again, I am here. I'm just going to put the announcement in. I am here. I'm just going to put myself on mute. And if there is a question, I will absolutely hop back on the mic and answer it. Oh no. Okay. Put myself on mute now before you hear me say something really interesting. All right, guys, getting set to wind it up. RDW just made another new high. I mean, if it takes out four, I mean, there's room, man. There is room to 465 or so on the weekly chart. So there is that. Better heart this one to make sure we watch it tomorrow in case it has another little run. I mean, the fantasy area would be right up here at 6. I'm not saying it's getting there at any time, but you can just sort of see lots of resistance at 6. But first step first, you got to get through 4. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap this up right now. Get my script together. Hey, guys, again, thanks for all the help. As usual, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time in the morning, of course. So have a great evening, and we shall see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, I'll get rid of you now. I shouldn't say it like that. I'll close the room down and see you guys tomorrow.